for being with us today for the second day of the Impressionism conference. We are here at the Musée d'Orsay for the exhibition 1874. Paris invents Impressionism, as well as the immersive experience that some of you have already tried and visited this morning. So unlike what is written on the screen, this session does not finish at 11 a.m., but rather at 12:30. For those of you who were not here yesterday, we have artist students of the Émile Cole School, which is a drawing school in Lyon, and they are going to draw our discussions and our different speakers. We will be able to see their work, and I encourage you to check out the work they've done this year, because they are here today because of a one-year partnership with their school, and they worked on the theme of Impressionism all throughout this year, and how Impressionism has an impact on today's work for our artists. So you can have a look at their work in the museum, and tomorrow as well for the night of museums. So do not hesitate to go and have a look. And now we're going to start our session from exhibition to the medium exhibition, rather. For those of you who had written our press release, we opened our doors very wide for these 3 days of conferences, but there is a theme that we mentioned in our communication. We really wanted this theme to be a part of our program, which is the question of exhibitions. Why did we want to keep this theme? Well, because this conference is linked to 2 exhibitions, as I just mentioned, one at the Musée d'Orsay for the 150th anniversary of Impressionism, and as a research program among the Université Paris Nanterre, we got in contact with the Musée d'Orsay with this conference project, because we had in mind this 150th anniversary, and we met Sylvie Patry and Anne Robbins, our 2 curators for this exhibition, and they told us about their project, and they told us how they wanted to brainstorm about this exhibition that would be the pinnacle of their work for this exhibition, and to talk about all of the different types of exhibition, because exhibitions have been studied in art history. It's the point when an artist or a group of artists, such as was the case in 1874, present their work to the public. Of course, it's very important because artists, their friends, collectioners, sellers take part in these exhibitions, and artists show their work and show their status in the world of art at a given point. Of course, they are presenting their latest pieces of art, and they want to hear the feedback of collectioners. In the past few years, art historians have been thinking about exhibitions through social and economic aspects, and they want to understand this as a means of expression, or a medium, as we put it in the title, medium for an artist to show their work in a given ecosystem. But the exhibition, and the ones taking place at the Musée d'Orsay right now, are also a point in time in art history, because they show a vision, a point of view, a narration on their object. We can have a look at the different exhibitions on Impressionism that have taken place throughout the time. And as Paul Perrin said yesterday in his opening of the conference, we could look at the different exhibitions or changes between themes in the different hallmark exhibitions that had Impressionism as a theme, such as the centenary exhibition in in 1974, so 100 years after the advent of Impressionism. They reflect art history of the time, and they also allow us to have a different vision that can only take place when people come and visit museums and see works of art. So today we have 4 speakers. 2 of them are by my side, and they will both take the floor, and then we will have a discussion, and then our other 2 speakers will come up on stage. So with these 2 first speakers, we're going to look at these different approaches, and we're going to travel through the medium used by artists for exhibitions, for a point when artists meet and are faced with more materialistic and down-to-earth matters, such as selling their art. And we will see that exhibitions are also a way to narrate their work and an historiographic object. And I am now going to give the floor to our first speaker, Isabelle Hainaut-Le-Chien. We are delighted to welcome her. She is an associate professor and research director at the University of Lille, and she dedicated her work to Turner, Jones, Degas, and she just published a book entitled Exhibits, Exhibiting Ourselves, Edgar Degas and as a mediator of his art. So we are at the heart of these questions about exhibitions with Isabelle, and she's going to tell us about a wonderful project to reconstitute a Whistler exhibition that reflects the experience that you have undergone here at the Musée d'Orsay, and I am sure that this will give way to many discussions. Thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this conference, which is a very dense program. I would like to tell you about Mr. Whistler's exhibition, the first exhibition of Jean Maclean's Whistler's works of art. It opens in June 1874, so a few weeks after the first Impressionist exhibition. He is used to giving exhibits in France and in England, and he was invited to that exhibition by Degas, but he chose to exhibit his work alone in London rather than here in Paris. So the title of my work also mentions the modeling of this exhibit, which is new and unheard of before. My research lab has helped me in this work, and so has the Federation of Visual Science and Culture Research. I got a lot of help regarding modeling, and I could actually take part in the virtual reconstitution of that exhibit. So, first of all, I would like to show you how this is a pioneer exhibition, because it is a turning point, not only in this artist's career, but also in the history of exhibitions, because of the material innovations that took place there, and also to show the first results of this modeling, to assess a few critical challenges of a 3D virtual modeling of an exhibit. At the time when these right now, virtual mediation exhibits are becoming more and more common, and sometimes we fear that we don't show all of the different aspects of this work, and we need to be methodical and cautious. First of all, the research context. Let me tell you about the research context. This communication is part of a book that I published in 2023, which meant to shed light on the fact that Whistler and Degas, who are at the vanguard of the artistic scene in Paris and London at the time, are fully aware of how important it is to create new exhibition modalities, to raise awareness among their fellow citizens about their art. And it's completely different to what is presented in institutions at the time. So the attention that they give to their frames and the principles that they've used started practices that are still underway to this day. Mr. Whistler's exhibition shows 100 works of art, and it's particularly interesting. It's a challenge. It would be a challenge to show all of these different works of art virtually. But the point is to study how this modeling can help to assess the relevance of the principles used by the artist when exhibiting his art, and the reality of implementing this exhibition. So before even thinking about a virtual exhibit in a conventional research project, we looked for sources dating back to this area. The gallery was in Pall Mall, a street that is seen as the region of the clubhouses of the gentry. It's only a few hundred meters near St. James Palace, and many art galleries. Unfortunately, this building was bombarded in the Second World War, and there are no archives dating back to this area to visualize the building. There are no photographies or drawings, so we only found this map, this insurance plan of London, and this is the only document that we found to find out the sizes of rooms, the building materials, and so on. And we found that right after the entrance, people would enter right away in a hall, which was probably quite big, 72 square meters. And then we had the exhibition hall that it was slightly bigger, 76 square meters. But as commentator said, the volume and the space for the exhibition appeared probably bigger because there was 5 meters of height in that building. So this was quite majestic. So to identify the works, we used the catalogue that the artist showed, even if Whistler often changed the names, the titles of his works and associated them to different creations, and there are some of them that are very vague. For instance, Blue Wave, there are 2 works that are entitled Blue Wave, but still, more than 3/4 of the works that were presented them were identified with certainty. Of course, we paid particular attention to the 70 times the exhibit was mentioned in 20 different press articles at the time, 40 to announce that this exhibition would take place, and 20 of the 30 more longer articles tell us about the different materials used in the exhibition and chosen by the artist. But there are also contradictory testimonies that remind us how we are all subjective when visiting an exhibition, which makes it more complicated to modelize this exhibition. We have statements made under oath. There's a memorandum of agreement between the gallery owner and Whistler. This took place in January 1874. It's one of the first clues proving that Whistler wanted to present his works in the long term because he has a 1-year lease for this gallery and is going to take 2 months of works to prepare the space for his exhibition. There's an affidavit that shows the different steps that took place before and during the exhibition. So before even talking about the results of my research and to talk about this modeling, let me talk about the context in which Whistler decides to present his works. Both in France and in England, institutions are still very strict in how artists are allowed to present their works. A few days before the opening of the exhibition, the personal exhibition of Whistler's, a journalist laments the fact that a landscape of Mr. Whistler's was used and hanged over the lofty door of the south room where no human eye can see it.
So there are many quotes of people criticizing the way the exhibit took place, and in particular the ones to the fact that Whistler is giving this exhibit in this area. So in the fall of 1872, he sends a letter to the secretary of the Society of French Artists to ask him to remove his works from the gallery and to put them in the Whistler Gallery. A few weeks later, he says, "Tell me if my works are hanged above my gallery." This suggests that he got involved in how the space was set up. And in the year 1873, there are works by Monet, Degas, and many other artists along his. The pleasure which we feel in visiting this exhibition is due to two circumstances: the high character of most of the pictures contained and the sober aspect of the gallery, where the very frames and fittings have been considered with a view to a homogeneous effect. But it's difficult to know how much Whistler was involved in this. So the 20 people who criticized the materialistic aspects of the exhibition underline these many different unique choices that have been made, and we made sure that we did the same in our virtual exhibition. So we noticed that the walls have elaborated colors rather than the green and red walls in conventional exhibits. There is a nice color to the room, a lot of light. It's rather gray and pink, according to the affidavit. So this technique strikes us because rather than using a single color on the walls, there are nuances that reflect the subtle colors in Whistler's work and even in the decor used in the exhibition. The works are above one another. So below the big oil paintings, there are prints, and below drawings. And the oil paintings are at eye level, but with these different overlapping works, and we restituted it with the same size, it is likely that they were actually quite close to the ground, which can be surprising, but we've seen it in other private galleries as well. Authors also mention that there's something new in the distance between works as well. This is not the way it was done previously. If we compare this exhibition by Whistler to the other exhibitions between 63 and 65, we see that there are fewer works. If we test the visual effect with our modeling, we can confirm that aside from the size of the room, there's indeed a lot of space between works, which is in line with the principles of the artist. There's an harmonious transition between the work and its environment, and journalists show that the artist is ambitious. Other than the portrait of Mrs. Leyland and the portrait of Mrs. Lewis Huff, the oil paintings presented are no longer in their original frames. As for the drawings, they are in simple frames with different gold nuances. For the modeling, we decided to put them in frames that could have been the ones used at the time, according to several sources. It is not easy for researchers to do that because we don't like to speculate on what was used, but this choice shows how difficult it is to imagine the exhibition as it was at the time without thinking about the works of art in a frame that they've had for a very long time.
This was shown in 1874. We also notice the lighting and its specificities. The panel reminds us that Whistler adapts the previous volume to this exhibition. The paintings are 75 centimeters below the window of the gallery, and the light only shows the paintings, and everything in the velarium is in the shade. This is what the person in charge of modeling tried to replicate. Commentators also agree on the fact that the furniture was very refined and that there are accessories that are very refined, china porcelain, flowers blooming, yellow calceolarias. And another person also explains that the sofas and chairs have subtle curves and they are nicely spaced in the room. These works and the colors on the wall are in line with the yellow carpet. Whistler also seemed to be suggesting to visitors that they could replicate this in their own homes. And this is what he tries to do with the screen that we can see here. And people might have been sensible to this innovation. And if some people mention that it looks like an artist's workshop, but others think that it looks like a home. They're trying to make it a curiosity cabinet, but they don't want to strike the vision of visitors too much. One of them says in his text in English that it's a tout ensemble in French. It's probably this intuition that pushes them to name it a symphony in pall-mall. People look at the overall impression rather than one single work of art. The gallery and its content are perfectly harmonious. It's a symphony in pall-mall that is very detailed. Whistler associates music to his work, but also to the overall atmosphere of the room. We understand that it's both trying to push for reflection around the exhibition being a work of art itself, and it encourages people to see this experience as a work of art. The specificities of this exhibition modalities are in line with his art. A beautiful picture should be shown beautifully, he said. So clearly, this innovative ideas are highly criticized. The exhibition caused a scandal in London. Defying public opinion in this way was still understandable in Paris, where Courbet and Manet had met with some opposition. But in London, this was a new approach. Another example, Marie Spartali-Stellman claims that it's a pioneer exhibition. It was the first time in London anyone had ventured to show that a picture exhibition could be beautifully arranged. The principles that he tried out in this exhibition, such as the coordinated colors, the lining and space between paintings, will be replicated in future projects, even for private projects, such as the Peacock Room. In 1883, he invites his friends to take part in the exhibition. His arrangement is in white and yellow, and his two next exhibitions are also going to use the same principles. So the symphonies and the musical titles that he gives to his picture works prove that he has this aesthetic intention to highlight its formal qualities before their subject per se. This proves that his ideas are coherent. determined to show these different principles. So his fellow citizens at the time, regardless of their vision of his work, enjoyed taking part in an unprecedented exhibition, an audacious and bold experience, says one person, or the very latest art. People consider that this exhibition is a piece of art in itself. And the reconstitution, the virtual reconstitution of this exhibition shows that this artist is looking at all of the different dimensions of the space. As for the use of virtual tools to show this exhibition, we've had different feedbacks. People want to have this visual summary in this virtual exhibition. It requires a lot of research, and people are well aware of this. But for 3D reconstitution of exhibitions, it is similar to other exhibitions that are always controversial when we restore works of art or exhibitions. As for the differences, here are several of them. So digital restitution requires a wide array of skills. It requires a long time of research. We have to interpret the results. Engineers have to interpret the results. And sometimes they disagree with the different partners, regardless of the discipline and methodical work of other partners in this project. Whereas when it's not a 3D reconstitution, there are technical and financial limitations that mean that this research has to take place at a given time, whereas virtual reconstitution can continue onward for an infinite amount of time. We can look at the different theories and we can always backtrack, which makes this update of research very, very easy. And this experimental aspect is very interesting in our work, as we've seen for frames, for instance. And it's easy to think of the specific point in using this type of tools when in comparative studies in 1921. It was not exaggerated to say that any artistic exhibition organized in Europe today is very inspiring for Whistler. And a century later, we have this restitution that will also be criticized. We can exhibit Whistler's work, but also other artists' works in this way. So here is a short excerpt of the modeling. For technical reasons today, it is filmed, of course, but this should be made accessible with virtual reality headsets, with tablets and so on, which allow us to see different point of views in this exhibition and to focus on one point or another. Allow me to finish this presentation by two different comments. First of all, this modeling is not magical. For instance, for a few works of art that I struggle to identify with certainty, I wanted to see if it could allow me to check these theories and that it was the right piece of art because of its size and the way it was exhibited. But I'm still unsure about some of these pieces of work. As an art historian, I also have to pay attention to the people who are cautious about virtual technologies, because the aesthetic experience of works of art differs, and of course this needs to be at the heart of our research, both in terms of documents and in history. So regardless of the limitations of this exhibition, I am delighted to have been able to share the first results of this study with you.
Thank you, Isabelle, for this very interesting presentation, which harks back to the immersive experience that was carried out here at the Musée d'Orsay. As we just said previously, we will leave the questions for the end, and it's a great pleasure for me to welcome Christian Humer, who is director of the Research Center, Belvedere Institute. He used to be at the Getty Research Institute in Los Angeles, and he carried out many projects, research projects, especially in London, on the European art market. He studied art history at the University of Vienna and also in Paris. He has a great lengthy career. We're very happy to welcome him here, and he will be presenting, giving a presentation on the Monet series and how they ended up on the art market around the 1900s. We're listening to you.
Everybody here in the auditorium of the Orsay and virtually online. Thanks also to the organizers of this fabulous conference for including me, because I'm not so much a specialist on Impressionism. I hope you won't notice. During the winter months of During the winter months of 1890-91, the now 50-year-old Claude Monet worked on his artistically most radical, conceptually most rigorous, and commercially most successful creations of his career to date. After breaking with his fellow painters and traveling extensively in the 1880s, Monet began the exploration of a theme in a series of 25 works that would put the Impressionist landscape painting of the previous decades on a new footing, the grain stacks. In the rural surroundings of Giverny, Monet found ideal condition for his fundamental research into light, color, and form. He was clearly not interested in a romanticized depiction of peasant labor like Jean-François Millet or Vincent van Gogh, but rather in a formal experiment dedicated to subtle changes of light. The subject matter became less and less important, the artistic means gained more autonomy, and the color took on an almost abstract quality. This line of argument, Monet's role as a forerunner of abstraction, has been sufficiently covered in the literature and needs no further elaboration. More interesting, especially in the context of our conference section, is the fact that Monet presented 15 of the grain stacks as an ensemble in the gallery of Paul Durand-Ruel. Between May 4 and 1891, and there is no view of this exhibition, that's why I'm having here a Renoir exhibition on the wall. However, he not only made successful use of private distributions and sales channels. With his series, I argue, he resolved for modernism the tension between increasing demand for artistic originality and repetition of a theme for the sake of effective product branding. It was the first time that Monet had exhibited so many views of the same subject in a solo show, which somewhat irritated viewers who had never before seen such a uniformity in one place. Even his fellow painter, Camille Pissarro, initially saw only the danger of commercial mass production. Weeks before the opening, he wrote to his son, quote, "He," that means a friend, "told me that Monet would have a solo exhibition at Durand of nothing but grain stacks. The clerk of Bousseau et Vallaudon said that all collectors only want grain stacks. I don't know how Monet can bear to be forced into this repetition. These are the terrible effects of success," quote end. When Pissarro finally saw the paintings installed together, he was full of admiration, as if the novelty of a series based on a single motif had suddenly overcome his reservations. The aim here is not to provide a reconstruction of Monet's exhibition at Durand-Ruel. As I said, there are no known installation photos of the series. Eyewitness accounts do not give us an accurate idea of what the exhibitions looked like. What is clear, however, is that the way in which Monet's series were presented did not suggest a chronological sequence of day, times, or seasons, despite the efforts of some commentators to read such an unfolding logic into the arrangement of the paintings. As the American art historian John Klein argued in his fundamental essay on the dispersal of the modernist series, the specifics of display are less important than the fact of presentation as an ensemble in a commercial gallery, in a commercial context, and the relationship between the ephemeral unity and the ultimate dissolution. Monet was keen to showcase his series as a cohesive accomplishment. His insistence on a solo show for the grain stacks rather than including them into a group exhibition highlights his ambition to carve out a distinct market presence and to assert his individuality. Monet aimed for visual consistency among all paintings in the series, particularly those on display, focusing on uniform surface treatment. Nevertheless, once these short-lived exhibitions concluded, he often felt compelled to individualize some works, modifying them to enhance their standalone appeal, given their eventual isolated destiny was paramount over the brief collective display. The concept of and design of paintings and ensembles has, of course, a long tradition. A series, or a cycle rather, was typically a commissioned work with the unity of the series determined in advance. The patron was, of course, concerned with ensuring that the paintings could be permanently presented as an ensemble, and the traditional means of maintaining unity is the theme. Each of the painting is part of a larger logic, such that the meaning of the individual works reinforce each other. If a single scene from the life of Maria de' Medici, as painted by Rubens here, were isolated from its 20 companions, it would undoubtedly still be interesting. However, as an expression of the artist's conceptual skills and as a contribution to an elaborate instrument of propaganda, it would lose value. This is no longer the case with Monet's series, which is why, following Pissarro, they appear to be more in the tradition of répétition. Since the Renaissance, most great masters and their workshops have repeatedly reproduced their most highly sought-after works. However, as they were not exactly copies, they were not what we would call replicas today. Prior to the age of mechanical reproduction, the concept of an exact replica was not really known, and thus artists frequently repeated but rarely replicated their earlier work. Gerard David's Virgin and Child with the Milk Soup, created for private devotion, so not for the public display, of course, is known to exist in at least 7 versions with slight variations between each painting. The presence of a pounced underdrawing leads experts to conclude that all of the works originated from the same cartoon, as they exhibit similar dimensions, poses, facial features, and drapery folds. Despite the fact that all versions derive from the same prototype, there is a somewhat varied approach in both execution and subtle shifts of meaning. It is likely that this was carried out at a time when streamlined and accelerated production was employed for marketing purposes. In the history of art, cost-cutting techniques and productivity-increasing processes are typically employed in works sold on an anonymous market. In his essay, The Influence of Economic Factors on Style, Michael Montias introduced the distinction between process and product innovation into scholarship on 17th century Dutch art. According to Montias, product innovation introduces a completely novel commodity, whereas process innovation reduces the cost of turning out an existing one. In the context of art, he concedes the two types of innovation cannot be kept as distinct as in industry, since cost-cutting process innovation frequently alters the appearance of the product. The technique of tonal landscape painting, as exemplified by Jan van Rooyen and others, reached its peak in the 1640s, resulting in a considerable reduction in prices compared to those of their predecessors. The cost of a painting was primarily determined by the expenditure of labor. Nevertheless, from the perspective of collectors, the product of this abbreviated technique were not regarded as inferior substitutes for top quality, a perception that has been observed in the case of serial works produced by apprentices, journeymen, and other workshop assistants. In contrast to the tonal school of landscape painting, Gerard David and other artists of the new school, Gerard Dow, of course, and other artists of the new school of fine painting who employed a slow and meticulous technique, occupied a more expensive niche on the market. The common denominator uniting all instances of repetition since the Renaissance is that they were undertaken in order to meet a demand, or at least an anticipated demand. What did change in the course of the 19th century was the increased public visibility of art. In 1889, Léonce Benedict observed, quote, "Exhibitions appear simultaneously from all directions and follow one another in the same premises with such rapidity that the days of a man who, in remission of his sins, had vowed to visit them all, would be spent running from morning through night," quote end. As art historian Patricia Menardi has persuasively argued in her articles on copies, variations, and replicas in the 19th century, the advent of a gallery system with exhibitions as a primary marketing device has made repetitions or multiple renditions of the same image highly problematic. The practice did not cease to exist as a result of this, but it became associated with commercial connotations and was subsequently concealed. Gustave Courbet was compelled to misrepresent a number of versions and the sequence of his beautiful Irish woman, referring to each of them as the original. In the middle of the 19th century, with rapid industrialization and invention of photography, the theoretical basis of modernism was laid. Artists were now expected to produce unique and original paintings each and every time, yet often they could only sell repetitions of their best-known works. Commercial galleries capitalized on derivatives of successful compositions. In his memoirs, Paul Durand-Ruel noted that for an extended period, the firm Goupil & Company exclusively purchased paintings for the purpose of acquiring their reproduction rights. This generated a significant portion of the revenues with the original paintings initially been put into the vault. This business model of these mid-century galleries was based on the concept of reproduction. Goupil employed teams of copyists to produce off-the-shelf subjects that would sell. Jean-Léo Gérôme, the quintessential Goupil artist, made several versions of his highly successful painting, The Duel After the Masquerade. The one in Chantilly, shown at the Salon of 1857, was the basis for the prints issued in various techniques, various sizes, and also on various price levels by the dealers Goupil in Paris and Gambart in London. As we get closer to the 20th century, artists are increasingly keen to distinguish between their copies and their originals. Gérôme, for instance, wrote to Goupil that he had deliberately varied the repetition that the dealer had commissioned of his painting The Prisoner. Quote, "This copy will be made as you ask, smaller than the original, and probably I'll add or subtract something so that it's clear that you have the original. In addition, I will put the date 1863 on it to make it later than the painting, which I will sign 1861. Quote end. Although Gérôme is not generally considered a modernist, the values he implicitly accepts in this context, that a copy is distinct from an original and that chronological priority is to be respected, are consistent with modernist principles. In a paper published in Business History, economist Geraldine David, Kim Osterling, and me analyzed the inventory strategy of Goupil, Bousseau, and Vallaudon. The stockbooks held at the Getty Research Institute cover the sale of more than 25,000 works of art for the period 1860 to 1914. It turned out that rapidity to sell was a key element in the dealer's strategy. The median number of days in inventory is just 78 days. If paintings were in stock longer than 2 months, the selling price went down steeply, went steeply downhill. Goupil was extremely risk-averse. This would certainly be a different story in the case of Durand-Ruel, who tried to monopolize on certain oeuvres and keep them in storage for many years, initially also for lack of a market. Yet the economically desirable supply monopoly leads to greater control over the conditions under which demand can be created. The dealer Charles Sedlmayr, on the other hand, focused an entire publicity machinery on one large-scale painting by Mihaly Munkacsy, Christ Before Pilate. In the 10 years exclusive contract signed 1878, the painter committed himself to create at a convenient point in time a composition of considerable dimensions and content, for which Munkacsy, in addition to the price Sedlmayr paid him for the work, was entitled to shares from the entrance fees of the exhibition in large cities, as well as royalties from reproductions. So again, multiple revenue sources. In a mere 2 months, approximately 200,000 visitors made the pilgrimage to the Galerie Sedlmayr in Paris to view the painting. And it has been estimated that 1 million people saw Christ Before Pilate during its subsequent 3-year tour to Budapest, Vienna, Warsaw, Berlin, Stockholm, Brussels, Amsterdam, Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, and Glasgow. Eventually, it also went to the US, but altogether was a 6-year enterprise. It is not completely clear, however, whether the large composition was intended to be sold or whether it was to serve essentially as an advertisement to enhance the value of other smaller works on which Sedlmayr had virtually a monopoly. New York railroad magnate William Henry Vanderbilt visited the theatrical display of Christ Before Pilate in Sedlmayr's Paris gallery. What he brought home to his Fifth Avenue mansion, though, was the small genre painting, The Two Families, a completely different product. Regarded simply from an economic angle, one question occurs. Does it make sense to focus entire publicity system on one isolated item in trade? To be sure, the artist received more international attention than he possibly could at the Salon. Exposure and visibility, crucial factors for the distribution of artworks, were clearly improved. But what about the homogeneity of products, another feature that enhances successful marketing? The theatrical exhibition of individual pictures evolved out of the Salon with their isolation and consecration of singular masterpieces. For the success of big speculative ventures in modern painting, a reorientation of the market around the buying and selling of individual painters instead of individual paintings was an economic necessity. And as a consequence, the promotion of signature styles instead of signature works. What Nicholas Green called dealing in temperaments became a central part of commercial practice in the art world. After the 1889 Universal Exhibition, we see a flurry of one-man shows in private galleries, often with catalogs, and Durand-Ruel institutionalized them. Another trend to create narrative was the retrospective, which, in addition to providing a view of an artist's career, also conveyed a developmental dimension in which the most recent production took on a teleological role. The 1903 Impressionism exhibition at the Vienna Secession eventually historicized the avant-garde or Impressionism. One critic recognized a sudden weather change. Only a short time before, he noted, the young revolutionaries of art wanted to be original geniuses who created a new form of art based entirely on nature. But now they seem to be making great efforts to establish an ancestors gallery in order to create a vital connection with the important, highly praised movements of the past. So historicizing the avant-garde was also an exhibition practice, like in the secession. Pissarro, who had originally been so dismissive of Monet's series, himself created at least 11 series of over 300 canvases in the last 8 years of his life. These paintings, which were produced for individual sale, not for exhibitions as an ensemble, stand on the threshold of the earlier practice of repetition and Monet's series. Durand-Ruel knew which motifs would sell, and he advised Pissarro to produce several works of these motifs, from the Boulevard Montmartre to the Tuileries to the Pont Neuf in 1897. In 1897, Pissarro wrote his son Georges, quote, "Durand liked the small ones I did very much. He advised me to do some boulevards, but larger, of course." And he meant the Boulevard Montmartre series. The unease that Pissarro and others felt about the consequences of Monet's repetition of his motifs in series may be due to the fact that it was not entirely clear what kind of achievement the painting represented. Was it process or product innovation? The suggestion that Monet might be involved in some sort of mass production contains the idea that the artist had found a more efficient way of producing what he was already doing, rather than creating something new. In other words, his paintings were a product that was already in sufficient demand, that a great number of them would find buyers. More efficient production would result in higher return on the artist's investment of time and creativity. And yet, the individual paintings were beautiful. They were expressions of an individual aesthetic, as Pissarro would acknowledge, and they were all distinctly different from one another within the context of their motivic unity. I'm not suggesting that Monet's series represent a simple and straightforward marketing strategy. Such a presentation also clearly fulfilled Monet's artistic ambitions. When his grain stacks were exhibited at Durand-Ruel in 1891, Monet and his dealer did not have to ask themselves whether the paintings would be sold or not, but to whom and on what terms. The exhibition was not absolutely necessary for the sale, as demand exceeded supply. In fact, 10 of the 15 grain stacks were already reserved. The dealer had bought 8 himself. Collectors, mainly American, competed for a limited supply. The most popular pieces were the sunsets. On the part of collectors, the psychology of owning a unique object with familial relationships to others may also have been a factor not to underestimate. Monet's supporter, the journalist and politician Georges Clemenceau, was also concerned with permanence. For the Rouen Cathedral series, he wished Monet the appearance of a millionaire who, as he put it, would understand, if only vaguely, the significance of the 20 cathedrals hanging side by side and say, "I'll buy the whole lot." But this illustrious person would have made such a purchase en bloc, he continued, as is usually only the case with stocks. It would put even the Rothschilds' profession to shame. This crudeness of the stock metaphor and the reference of the prominent banking family are, of course, ambivalent, but they reveal the complexity of Monet's enterprise, both as a creator and as an agent of his own reputation. Clemenceau regretted that the Rouen Cathedral paintings were dispersed because he believed that together they would constitute Monet's legacy. After hoping in vain for a private patron, he therefore asked the President of the Republic, Felix IV, to buy the cathedrals for the nation. Yet his proposal to nationalize Monet's private enterprise was both premature and misguided. For both Durand-Ruel and Monet, the freedom to sell the individual works in a series to selected clients was of the utmost importance. It was not in the interest of the dealer or the artist to concentrate supply to a single source of demand. Monet's official legacy came in his own time, years later in the form of a gift to the state, namely the water lilies, paintings that were never for sale and which would be permanently displayed on the gently curving walls of the orangery. Thank you.
Merci infiniment pour cette magnifique communication qui
beautiful presentation. This is raising many questions, and this idea of unicity and point paintings. I have many questions myself, but I will be able to ask them a little bit later. So now I would like to ask in the room, maybe we already have microphones, if there is someone who would like to ask a question. I cannot see you. Can you please light up the room? Here are the microphones. Maybe someone in the room has a question. Natasha Bernac. Belinda Thompson. I would like to talk to Isabelle. It is surprising to see the paperworks so low in the exhibition. Were there comments from the visitors on this? At first, for the modeling, we had placed the works a little bit higher up, and most reviews mentioned that these drawings were close to the ground. People said that the imprints were at eye level, and at the same time, other reviews validated the fact or confirmed the fact that it was close to the ground. And this is why I compared the different images in the Turner Gallery, where indeed this is something that was quite common in private exhibitions, according to the visual testimonies that we have. So the paintings were hanged on the wall. That's not something that we have information on. We say that they're close to the skirting, but it doesn't say whether they were hung or maybe not all of them. But there's this visual rhythm that Whistler used for other exhibition between the vertical and horizontal works. So it's a theory. What I thought was interesting as well was that it's not the most natural way to show paintings, but it's something that could be done. I had a question which was close to that of my colleague. What surprised me as well is the decorative tables behind these paintings and these prints. Is this a theory as well? Is this something that was thought through? This is shown in the affidavit. This is why we have both documents. We don't always have these documents. This is a document that we have where we have the colors used, the sizes, the spacing. So we show that there are 20 paintings in the gallery. There's enough material for 20 paintings. And we have these colored edging and nuances that really look like a music sheet.
We can see it this way, but it's not the way it's described. It's not documented as such. And so my question was based on the surprising effect. Are there other known examples in exhibitions? I was very surprised because I think that it's something that I've never even seen in my culture, this type of representation. Or is this something that is new and that maybe shocked the public as well? So the fact that it's close to the ground, I think that really this is something that happened for reasons that we can perfectly understand in private galleries, at merchants, because they didn't have enough space to hang the paintings all the time. So these are reasonable motives to put them on the ground. But in an exhibition gallery, it's difficult to say more than what we've presented here with choices that we've made. And the point in this virtual reproduction is that we can backtrack. So if in the 70 articles that I found in the press, only 20 of them mention the way works were exhibited, but if looking elsewhere I find another possibility, we could adapt our exhibition, which is what I find interesting in the virtual reproduction, because we always have new theories, and there are things that intuitively we think that it would be logical for works to be at a given level. But Jérémy Kindekovics, who is here today, we really based our production on what we found, and if we didn't have information, we didn't go any further. Other questions? We have a question by Anne Robbins. Thank you very much, Isabelle. We can see the stark and incredible contrast between the June 1874 exhibition and the first Impressionist exhibition that we are showing here. And it's tempting to wonder which one of these principles Whistler would have imposed if he had chosen to take part in the exhibition of the Anonymous Society. He invited them in April 1874. And once again, in light of the choices made that are so different, I was wondering if some of the artists in the group, such as Sisley, who went to London right after the first exhibition, Impressionist exhibitions with four, do we have information telling us whether or not he attended the exhibition and see and whether he saw the paintings hanging that way? So this is the time, as early as 1872, Whistler and Degas started to spend time together, and these are artist networks that show their art. We have a lot of testimonies by Pissarro for a later exhibition where he asks Lucien, his son, Whistler stole the idea of yellow walls. Because indeed there's this idea of spacing the works. Degas talks about it in 1870 in the Paris Journal. In the name of many colleagues, he would like to suggest a distance of between 30 and 40 centimeters between works of art. So there are already ideas that are mentioned by Degas and Whistler as well, and in private exhibitions. And this is what I was trying to show with this exhibition at the Society of French Artists, but we could mention others where artists would attend one after the other. In this exhibition of April 1873 by the Society of French Artists, we had the Delacroix tribute by Frontin, where we saw Whistler's portrait that had a central stage. So there are exchanges and discussions between artists whose main conviction is that we need to think of new ways to present their art, because arts is no longer in line with the traditional
ways, and that could potentially be bought in private exhibitions. So to get back to the presentation of prints, it's also a question that we raised with Sylvie as we were working on how these prints would be hanging on the walls for the first Impressionist exhibition, because of the many different prints that were owned by the Anonymous Society. We wondered how these 32 prints by Bracken, also that of Le Pic and Astruc, how could they have all been exhibited because there was not enough space? So that's another point that we've not solved, and it would be interesting. It would be interesting to see your theory. So I've not shown you everything here, but you've seen this 76 square meter room, so rather small, and you might have seen on the original plan that there's a small room behind the gallery. So in exhibitions later on, after Whistler died, there were other exhibitions in Paris and in Boston. In 1905, we had presentation of prints by Whistler in a room where there were only prints by Whistler. So we wondered if part of the prints were not in that small room that we can see in the plan. There's no lighting, there's no source of light in that room. So these are theories, and of course what is lacking in the reproduction, and that's why I'm saying it's still underway, and I really want us to finish this, it's all of the labels that will allow us to explain why we've made these choices. So the information bubbles, there are very useful ways and systems to do that. And of course, we would like to have the source of this information so that visitors and spectators, whether they are experts or not, to have visibility on the research in real time as well, because all of this can evolve over time. I give the floor to Julien Faure-Connorton for a question. Thank you. So on Whistler still, sorry. You mentioned the space between works on the wall, but what about the space between the wall and visitors? So the distance necessary to enjoy these works of art. It's something that we mentioned yesterday, and that is very important. Do we find it in the press? How did you take this into account? We did not take it into account. You might have noticed that we have silhouettes that look like a bodybuilder. They don't really look like a 19th century museum visitor. It's something that we are going to change as well, because this is a bit surprising. But the point was only to give a scale. But we don't have information regarding that distance. But what's interesting in this reproduction is to see that it's quite a small room, but it's quite high. And we know that a lot of people attended the exhibition, so when we see it there, it's a bit like the Musée d'Orsay when it's closed. But we know that there were a lot of visitors. But there's no information. The size of the room and its surface also determines the distance. I don't have any documents on that. Very well, thank you very much. I have a question which is linked to both your questions. It's the way you take into account the market in Monet and Whistler's approach. Because here you highlight the way in which they presented works of art. You explain that it's a retrospection. Monet's exhibition is not a retrospection. It's his current works that he exhibits. We know that Monet is really careful to the scenography of his work, the way paintings are hanging to show that there's unicity in that they are all connected. And I would like to see how the market is taken into account by artists. Maybe Christian as well?
I'm not sure whether I really can answer this question, but what I have noticed, if one would look or compare different cities to how they deal with exhibitions and are trying to find a unity in an exhibition, I saw at the, like say, the Vienna Secession, they tried to do it in a very visual way sometimes, and sometimes, like for the Impressionist show, putting in a teleological narrative. And at any rate, you have to overcome this isolated idea of an artwork and put things into relationship. I don't really know whether there are the sources there in the correspondence between Durand-Ruel and Monet, how they went after it. But it's interesting that they would not really look for a succession of daylight or seasons, but rather unite them in a formal way.
Non, mais parce que ce qui est très intéressant de ce que vous avez dit par rapport notamment dans la comparaison avec Pissarro,
the thing with Pissarro is that Pissarro's career and that of Monet did not evolve in the same way at all. And Pissarro, in his exchanges with Durand-Ruel, he pushes him to produce for the market, and you've shown this strong link of Monet with the market when at this time he doesn't need it anymore. Well, artists always need to sell their artworks, but he reached a certain status. He already sells many of his works, and still he wants to meet the demand of collectioners on the market and to produce what will be a success. And maybe that will be the last answer to this question. I'll be very brief. I think that this is really a part of the artistic strategies implemented by artists to become known beyond the borders, because he negotiates between Paris and London. He's not going to present the same works in Paris and in London because the public is not the same. And it's really a choice, the choice to have personal exhibitions, to also be the one producing the posters. So he sees these exhibitions as a whole, and to really stand out on the market. And Whistler, who was born in the US, is well aware of the potential market success, and it's also what he's seeking. And let me just finish on this, but he is, and he was, he gives arguments and documents, and he always does everything he can to create a debate in the press. He reacts. He publishes catalogs with the review of paintings so that it creates a reaction. So he really masters the means of communication quite early on. And this is where you talk about marketing, and Christian was talking about marketing rather. And sometimes as art historian, we find it shocking, but in the case of both of these artists, it's very striking. So thank you very much for your presentations and this discussion. We're going to continue directly with our next two speakers, Margot de Goutte and Elise Vert. Can you please come up on stage? As they settle on stage, I will start by introducing our third speaker this morning, Margot de Goutte. Thank you for being here with us. You are a temporary lecturer and research assistant at the Université Paris Nanterre. You have a PhD in contemporary art history, and in particular, the participation of France and French art at the Venice Biennale, and her presentation today is going to be in line with this, because thanks to her, we are going to take an interest and better understand Impressionism at the Venice Biennale. Good morning, everyone, and I would like to thank the organizers and all of the speakers taking part in this fascinating conference.
Et donc, je vais vous proposer un petit voyage dans la
So
lagune
I am going to take you
à
through
partir de la
the
création de la Biennale de Venise
lake from the creation of the Venice Biennale in 1895 up until the
La
1930s.
Biennale de Venise,
The Venice Biennale, just as a reminder,
est créée en
was created in
1895 avec une sorte de
1895
triple objectif
and it had several
une relance
goals.
économique
First of all,
de la lagune. La Biennale
an
est créée dans le but
economic
de vendre
recovery
des œuvres,
of Venice. The idea is to sell works of art. It's for an artistic renewal as well. It's created to train people to modernity and European arts in Venice and to boost tourism, to show that Venice still has a place in the art sector in Italy, and this is as well for an economic purpose. As for Impressionism in Italy, Italians are not really in contact with Impressionists at first. This is mainly done through reviews, and in that sense, two personalities play a significant part, and I'm going to tell you about them in this presentation, Vittorio Pica and Ugo Oietti. If we look at Impressionism as exhibited at the Venice Biennale, the definition of the movement is quite flexible, and what is included under this name is not exactly clear. Alexis Clark and Francis Fall describe it, and in particular at the Biennale, Lalamo Cecchini also gives a definition of Impressionism. So there are many works of Sorolla, Lévry, Zom, or Zuloga. As for French art exhibited, we have critiques, curators that highlight the legacy in Impressionism that is wiser than that of the pioneers and great names of Impressionism. So let me give you a few highlights of this Impressionism according to its most famous representative at the Biennale before the 1914. And then I will tell you about the specificities of these exhibitions in the 1930s.
Donc, l'exposition vénitienne, à ses débuts,
The
elle ne suscite
Venice
pas
exhibition
un engouement très fort parmi les artistes français.
is not
Ceux qui
well
vont
liked among
recevoir,
French
des
artists.
invitations
Those
qui
who
sont
receive
adressées par le
invitations
secrétaire
that are sent
général de
by
la Biennale, qui s'appelle
the
Antonio Fradetto,
Secretary General of
qui reçoit donc
the
ces invitations
exhibition
sur les conseils notamment de Giovanni
do so
Boldini, qui est
based
vraiment
on
un
Giovanni
lien entre,
Baldini's
la sphère
advice,
parisienne
because
et
he is the
l'italienne.
link between Italy
Ce sont donc
and
plutôt des
the
artistes
Paris
établis
scene.
qui
So
vont
he,
préférer,
these are
notamment en
artists that are well
1981,
established
la Grosse Berliner
that
Ausstellung,
would rather go to the Grosse Berliner, which is contemporanean and that is very successful.
de vente et de réputation, qui
And
est
they
déjà
sell many
établie.
works of art there, and it's been proven that
exemple,
it's already
Fabioletto envoie
established and
une,
successful.
invitation
Fabioletto sends an
à
invitation
Claude Monet,
to Claude Monet,
qui
for
est
instance,
recommandé par Boldini, justement,
who is
en tant qu'un
recommended by
artiste
Boldini
moins
as
officiel.
an
Et
artist
donc
which is not as
intéressant,
official, and thus
pour,
interesting
montrer ce
to
renouvellement,
show this
de
renewal of art.
Et donc, malgré cette invitation,
And
Monet
in
ne va
spite
pas
of this
participer
invitation,
vraiment,
Monet is not going to take part.
à la Biennale
He's
de
not sending
1895.
anything to the 1895
D'une manière générale,
Biennale.
l'impressionnisme
In
va
general,
vraiment peiner,
Impressionism
à
is
exposer,
going to
jusqu'à la Biennale de
struggle
1903.
up until the
On a
1903
uniquement,
Biennale.
4 toiles.
There are only
de
4
Monet,
works of art by
une de
Monet
Sisley, une de Renoir.
that are exhibited,
Et ces
one
trois
by
artistes,
Sisley and one by
les premières
Renoir.
notaires sont vraiment les seuls
And these
représentants
3 artists are the only one representing the group at that time at the Venice Biennale.
Pourtant, cette participation
Nonetheless,
est vraiment demandée par les
their
Italiens,
participation
et en
is
premier
highly requested by the
Vittorio
Italians,
Pica,
and in particular by Vittorio
qui,
Pica,
nous indique donc,
who
que
says
de toutes,
that
les révolutions qui
out
sont
of all
arrivées,
of the revolutions
dans,
that
le
took
siècle
place
précédent
over the
français, les
previous
deux plus importantes
century
sont,
in
à son
French
avis,
painting,
l'école
the
de
2 most
Paris
important are,
et,
according
le
to
mouvement
him,
des impressionnistes.
the movement of
Donc, il faut attendre la
Impressionists.
deuxième biennale
And so we have to wait until 1897 to have two paintings by Claude Monet. He is harassed by Federico, and he turns to Durand-Ruel to choose the painting that are going to be sent there and how they will be sent to Venice. So there are two paintings that are going to be exhibited in the Q room of the main pavilion, a former one and a more recent one, according to the directives that were given by the artist to Durand-Ruel, and also to be in line with the wishes of the organizers of the Biennale to receive recent paintings. So we have the 51 catalogs that you can see on screen. The 20 000 vues, and a more recent painting, a spring landscape, which is part of a particular collection that was done after the series of the cathedrals, with two poplar trees at the entrance of a wood next to a lake. So it's similar to the poplar series, but it's not a part of it. So this participation is not satisfactory, according to the Italians. Vittorio Pica says, we were hoping that the committee would manage to obtain works from the Impressionists, and enough of them so that the visitors of the second Venice exhibition could finally have a clear idea and an exact idea of the audacious innovations that this group of painters came up with, these groups of painters are criticized and give way to so many debates. Unfortunately, they only provided secondary paintings, and it does not allow us to assess one of the most interesting attempts to renew pictures. So there are two other pieces of arts that were associated to this collection. The next year, in 1899, Federico still hopes that Monet is going to send more paintings. He writes to him, he says, I'm in Paris, I visited your exhibition at the Georges Petit Gallery. What a wonderful group of works, so much freshness, poetry, so much light. Would you like to please send us your beautiful cathedrals next year? It would be a triumph for you and for your art, and for us it would be the most delicious intellectual enjoyment. So this dates back to the summer of 1898, and Monet agrees on one condition. He wants to be sure that he can sell his art at a good price. And Fra Deletto cannot guarantee that he will sell his art, of course. So Monet does not send his paintings. So no Monet in 1899. Similar failures with Degas that same year, and in 1901 with Renoir. So he will have to wait until 1903 to have a more substantial Impressionist exhibition from Venice. And the organizers are not going to turn to artists, but they're going to get in touch directly with Durand-Ruel to finally manage to exhibit Impressionist art in Venice. So the negotiations with the merchant are going to be successful this time. So Durand-Ruel is going to lend 6 works of art, which is the first Impressionist group exhibition at the Biennale. And Ugo Loyetti is going to be commandeered by Federico to choose the paintings that will be at the Venice Biennale in Paris. So there are 2 paintings by Monet, and there are 2 paintings by Pissarro. The Tuileries Gardens on a spring morning, a work by Renoir, and one by Sisley. So the 2 Monet one as the Pyramids of Port-Coton, and the Seine riverbank, which is also a particular collection, and afternoon sun in the winter, also a part of a particular collection. For Renoir, we have this work of art, and we also have this work of art by Alfred Sisley, as you can see on screen. So The Bathers by Renoir and The Gust of Wind in May Morning. So critics are satisfied. The French school is given a beautiful room. We have a group of works of art by Impressionists, which is a significant collection. Monet, Pissarro, Renoir, and Sisley triumph there. Unlike in the previous exhibitions, so people forget their prejudices when they visit this exhibition, and the criticism subsides when people see this exhibition. This is the point of view of the French, because the Italians differ. Vittorio Pitta explains that the exhibition is not sufficient to update and educate his fellow citizens. The artistic practices of these young artists are not sufficiently understood. There's a small group of Impressionists that stirs the curiosity of all of the people who are interested in contemporary art history, but they don't manage to understand it. None of these works of art is sufficiently significant to give an exact idea of what was and the Impressionist school and what the Impressionist school tried to be.
In 1905, Gustave Soulier is in charge of organizing the exhibition with Charpentier and Denard in a room at the scenography, which is an unusual room, as you can see on this photograph that was published in Art Décoratif. They were looking for something very homey, decorative, highly decorative, and this is something that divides the Italian critics on this subject. But as far as the exhibition of the works are concerned, some of them are up here on the screen. We still don't have, the approval of the Italian organization, and I'm quote, Pica, starting to be unbothered and cross. We could start to try for once and for all to have in Italy as well an exhibition for all, chosen and representative of the avant-garde of French Impressionists, who from Manet and Degas and Monet to Renoir and Pissarro to Cézanne and Sisley to Caillebotte and Berthe Morisot to Marie Cassette, who are presented in a much varied way than what one believes generally, rather than each time getting loans from Durand-Ruel, 8 or 10 paintings that are 10 or 20 years old. These cannot give our audience a precise and full picture of what this movement was and wanted to be, this art movement. In the following year, maybe taking on board this report, Fra Deletto refuses or advises against inviting Impressionists, and he writes to Léonce Bernadette, and that year he's in charge of organizing the French section, and I quote, "Allow me only to suspend these invitations for Renoir and Monet. Experience has shown that if we cannot exhibit an important group of their works, such as Monet and the cycle of the cathedrals, then the audience is not sufficiently interested in these eminent artists." However, in those years, the biennial is no longer the only channel to show and highlight and get known this Impressionist painting thread to the public. And the knowledge, not just through reviews, is something that is starting to happen. And so this subject is then dealt with by a group of Florence-based intellectuals around the Voci, which is an avant-garde or trailblazer journal, which is run by Arno Soffici. With others, with Platti among others, they set up an exhibition, the first Italian exhibition on Impressionism, and this at the Lyceum Club, and this in 1910. And this exhibition is a rival to the biennial and shows Impressionists in the years before the First World War. And it was also a way of them of taking a more modern stance than the Venice biennial that is slightly sort of conservative in terms of exhibitions and the way of exhibiting. And through the celebrity it has acquired, it is also often deemed to be very or too conservative. So there is this Florence-based initiative that becomes very important to bring these Impressionist painters to the light to the Italians. And also there are other people who are taking a stance in relation to Impressionism and the failed encounter at the Biennial. And so the Rome exhibition, International Exhibition of 1911 announces a major retrospective, and in fact it ends up only being a small room, and the critics are they're once again disappointed. And then at the CCC Roman in 1913, where an exhibition, major exhibition, is deemed to be or is going to be organized, a retrospective, contemporary retrospective, to exhibit Impressionism in its wider, on a wider scale, and that provides also shows Matisse in 1913 and 14. Critics are very mixed on various occasions. There are sort of merchant. There are terms. Terms mentioned are painting, small paintings or peinturettes, and commercial painting. And commercial impressionism. In 1910, though, however, another retrospective is organized under the management of Léonce Benedet, and it's organized specifically for the retrospective by Hugo Oyetti. 4 retrospectives: Renoir, Courbet, Alfred Roll, and Monticelli. And this is and Oyetti organizes this Renoir exhibition. He sets up a different critic for between the trial in the catalogue to introduce Renoir's painting and the more personal articles that are written about it in the Corriere della Sera. And let me quote some of the thoughts that were written down about Renoir's art, mastery, and you'll see very quickly that they're not the same as the one that introduced Renoir's paintings in the catalogues. I quote, "Landscapes in Renoir don't have much value. They're empty, grey, and that you need to forget them. In order to admire Impressionist paintings, that of Monet and Pissarro, those are the ones you need to use as yardsticks, the ones that were exhibited by Monet and Pissarro in 1903. For Oyetti, and same as for the way Picard thought of it, who says that Renoir is the most diversified, abundant, and unequal painter, the value of Renoir's painting is only resides in its Impressionist, in the Impressionist period, which is therefore restricted on the scale of the production. And he pushes back as historic the works that were painted approximately 30 years ago by this old master. However, all of the other periods are absent from Venice. There are a few very contemporary works of art that are representative of previous changes after the 1893 change. And you have this young lady with the flower basket, which is very close to a painting in 1898, and Renoir reproduces it. And then there's a young girl with a headscarf, an orange headscarf, a pastel of 1895, and a young lady in white, 1901, and the watering can, a private collector's painting, 1898, which shows the sort of that period of the painting of Renoir in Venice, or shows it in Venice. So Picard and Oyetti dedicate this to Renoir and forget all of his other paintings. But other critics reject this whole work, all of these works of art. There's a very negative vision presented by one of the critics, and for Marangoni, the exhibition puts things back in their place, and I quote, Pierre-Auguste Renoir's works, if they have any value, only have an historic value, and they certainly do not deserve the honours that were attributed to them in Venice. Alongside this, in France, the renown of Renoir has fallen down to the mediocre level that it should have been in, despite a few sort of hardcore supporters who are not in good faith. End of quote. We have a more nuanced vision from some critics, Eto Kodzani, who talk about being disappointed. The name, so I quote, "Name so dear of Renoir, let us hope for much wider, more interesting collection." And he explains this disappointment by the mediocre quality of the exhibition. I quote, "Intrepid French Impressionist, the Mostra this year is not giving him, is not giving or paying him the homage that it should be." The exhibition, however, is very important for a whole new generation of critics, among them Roberto Longhi and Ardengo Soffici. Now, before we end up in the 1920s, allow me to come back to the issue of pavilions. All of the works that have been showed are exhibited in the central pavilion of the exhibition. The first pavilions, national pavilions, start up in Venice in 1907, and France has a pavilion dedicated from 1912 onwards. It's a pavilion that's built upon initiative of the Italian organizers, as opposed to all of the other nations. This pavilion is not down to the initiative itself of the organizing committee of the country in question. It is a global way of showing esteem and honor to national schools, and in fact, Impressionism and the great representatives are not exhibited in this pavilion. At the end of the first period, with the break that happened during the First World War, critics really call for a major Mostra in Venice, and it's a way for them of opposing themselves to the closing and conservative aspect or conservatives in the biennial. Now, defending French Impressionism and this requirement to mediate is a way of training up modern critics to this new wave. And the reference to Impressionism before the war is quite equivocal. In fact, in its object, first of all, because there is a division between the very strict historic definition and a far more supple, definition of it that encompasses the historic movement and the various Impressionist influences. So all of the independent and mundane aspects as well. And this reference is quite equivocal because it's confronted by various critics, Picard and so on, and also the new generation of art historians such as Venturi or Longhi. Vittorio Pica, associated with the organization from 1912, is to become the secretary of the biennial from 1920, and he offers an opening, or suggests an opening program for modernism, and the roots are found in French Impressionism. So from 1915, he is very active in mediating for Impressionism through these different reviews, and he takes on charge of these exhibitions from 1920 onwards, but this in quite a surprising way. Apart from a major Cézanne retrospective in 1920, he dedicates the French sections to the review of contemporary legacy of Impressionism, and really doesn't show truly what the movement itself doesn't exhibit it really. But what is interesting is that Impressionism becomes a very divided value in terms of the critics. Same as the idea of modernity in the French way, or modernism in the French way. This modernism is actually put into question among the critics. There are two veins of thought among the critics that come to light, drawn to the fore by two major important people in the artistic life between the wars, Margaretti and Antonio Marie on the other side. From the 1920s, there's quite a nationalistic critic, non-exclusive, and it values or valorizes French art. And at the beginning of the 20s, the critic decries and says that there is injustice and inequality in this program. Why would we show French contemporary artists, she says, even while we're finding it difficult to get young Italian artists to be showed, to exhibit. However, Antonio Marie, and we'll see this and talk about him, he sees a true danger in this for Italian art in promoting the French artists and their art form. So how is this French art form brought to the fore and promoted? In the 1920s, there will be 2 works of art by Monet in 1922, 12 drawings by Degas in 1924 that are not identified, and 1 drawing of Renoir in the same year, a woman sitting in ink, red ink, and in 1926, 4 works of art by Degas that brings to the fore and crystallizes some of the tension. In 1926, Pica had announced, actually in 1925, had announced that he would set up a major Manet, Degas and Gauguin retrospective exhibition, but in the end he only is able to have 4 works of art by Degas, a set that has been recently discovered and that was conserved or preserved in a private collection by the Napolitan family, and alongside Hilaire Degas and Giovanni Bellini, bought by the Society of the Friends of the Louvre in 1932. We have the double portrait of Degas and his niece. That's an American, Joseph Stransky, who's an associate of the Wildenstein Gallery in New York, buys following the biennial. And then the 4th piece in the batch is a drawing that's called Portrait. Portrait. To provide more scientific value to this exhibition, Pica requests a loan of the family portrait with the Bederi family, acquired by the Musée du Luxembourg in 1918. He has an agreement in principle that he uses and that leads to more tension about the effort or the fact that France does not want to give way or give to anything in favor of Italy. This is a very difficult memory for the organizers. And the organizers of the exhibitions in the 1930s tried to somewhat muffle or hide this. The 2 organizers are Antonio Maraini for Italy and Louis Hautecoeur for France, and they tried to set up different strategies. They're opposing strategies, actually. Antonio Marini in the 1930s sought to sort of muffle, really, and put out of action the French model for modernity that Pica had tried to install in the 1920s. Louis Hautecoeur tried to provide a classification of Impressionism in order to bring out the Frenchness and to accentuate the possibilities to talk about it, not with this idea of, Italian, with this Italian angle that was very much promoted in the 1930s, but with this Latin angle, which is one they choose because they are trying to link up or make France and Italy closer. The retrospective of Monet's works of art is something that happens in 1932, and it takes the place of the first request by the Italians who wanted a retrospective of Monet. That's not possible because of the exhibition being placed in the Orangerie, and Monet is presented in this historicized way. And for Hautecœur, this is the Impressionist. He represents the Impressionist moment as a founding moment, but something that is totally closed and finished. But he demonstrates and tries to demonstrate how this legacy sort of trickles down to the contemporary art, and this is how this is well perceived by critics. Marangoni, for example, draws parallels between Derain's art exhibited in the French Pavilion and the intimate and generous intimacy at the base of Impressionism, and I quote, that he finds in Monet's works of art. As promised, in 1934, the Biennale welcomes a Monet retrospective, not just an artistic exhibition, and justified on this point, but it's pushing back the promise that was made 2 years previously, and this is the terms used in the discussion, and therefore making it something apolitical. The cost of this exhibition is very high, and the curator has to appeal to the French Society for Expansion and Artistic Exchange to obtain more money in order to ensure the works of art that are going to be exhibited. This is the exhaustive list of the works of art exhibited in 1934. In 1936, the way of getting their own back, following Bellili, following that affront, this occasion happens, and the curators agree on this retrospective exhibition of Degas' works, and organized around the 280 painting, and this is a list of paintings, and that's how the exhibition is organized, and it opens up the dialogue around this portrait, this Bellili portrait, and it opens the dialogue to Degas being a sort of pilgrim to it in Italy. Let's finish with the last retrospective exhibition organized in 1938, dedicated to Renoir. It's a classic without penitence, as quoted, and it provides a classical, or it provides a view on classicism. And Renoir is very much linked to the French tradition through Impressionism, which, in Hautecoeur's words, is linked to material aspects. This exhibition is made difficult because of the political situation, and that's when the only personal comment that Hautecœur allows himself to make when we look at all of the documentation is that it's because the exhibition happens a few days after the Anschluss, and he says to his colleague in England, he says, people don't like people who don't abide by contracts and who annex the things that belong to their neighbour. But I do wish to hope that I will reach a small result. Now, to conclude, this exhibition of the great masters, the four great masters, is linked to haute coeur and also this desire to push forward the French tradition, and only tradition is also down to Marigny and his program to minimize French influence on the art market at the time. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment pour cette grande rétrospective qui nous a
Thank you very much for this major retrospective. It sets a lot of questions on how the exhibition is defined and how it's crossed the borders, and it's also linked to questions of nationalism when we move forward in time. And without further ado, we'll be listening to our last speaker of the morning, Élise Vert. She is a graduate in musicology, history and history of art at the École du Louvre and University of Paris, Paris University, Paris 1, and she is now preparing for the competition for the Institute of National Heritage, and we're going to listen to her talk about the exhibition of 1974. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you and also thank very warmly the organizers of the symposium. Very enriching, and I'm going to talk about a piece of work that I'm carrying out on historiography and the history of exhibitions that deal with Impressionism in the 20th century. We're celebrating today the 150 years of what we called the first Impressionist exhibition, and several events are planned for this purpose on this occasion in France. And the communication topic brings up 50 years back to 1974 to really think about the different exhibitions that were set up in order to celebrate the 100 years of the date chosen as the birth of Impressionism. I was able to list 22 exhibitions organized precisely or just for this exhibition, 12 in France, 5 in Paris, and the others took place in Belgium, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom, or England, in the United States, Canada, Brazil, and Japan. I'm not going to make comments about all of them. It wouldn't make much sense, but I'm going to be talking about highlighting the different visions of the history of Impressionism that this micro-historiographical corpus is concentrates in this year, 1974. Through the research on catalogues and archives of the events, tension appears in the different ways in which Impressionism is understood and defined, and the modernist narrative, heroic narrative of the history of the movement as written in museums and works such as John Reward's, which is used as a reference, reveal to be fragmented, broken, and widened by the discussions and documents and texts produced at the exhibitions themselves. The exhibition presented at the Grand Palais from September to November, called Centenary Anniversary of Impressionism, is the one that shows the best. In 1974, this vision of Impressionism as a heroic vanguard that values what the organizers called the genius in each artist. I would, from the beginning, like to outline the main lines. It corresponds to a paradigm according to which the intentions of other exhibitions are set. The result of collaboration between the Museum of the Louvre and the MoMA Museum in New York, where it will go in December in a very different format. This centenary shows 40 works of art from these two collections mainly. The press release insists on the fact that the exhibition is not a retrospective of the movement or a exhibition of the work carried out in 1974. The main challenge was to bring together the most significant works, the most prestigious ones of these artists, and I'll try to communicate this. And these were, of course, painted during the most difficult period of their life, which can be called an heroic one. Now, next to each other, there are 9 works by Degas, 8 paintings by Monet, 6 by Renoir, 6 by Manet, and fewer represented, maybe one work, Cézanne, Pissarro, Basile, Boudin, Caillebotte, Cassatt, Guillemin, Morisot, and Sisley. The idea behind this is to choose and reduce number with a metonymic iconic corpus for the idea of Impressionism, an idea of Impressionism that is particularly the one that the Musée du Louvre wrote about since and has done since the 1940s, especially in the annex in the Galerie du Jeu de Paume, which is dedicated to Impressionism and has been since 1947. In fact, indeed, the centenary of Impressionism is the work of Elena Delmar, who was the curator of this Impressionist museum, and the main text of the catalogue of the exhibition of 1974 is a text that is written in 1939 by René Huyghe, one of the designers of the museum. Martha Ward showed and demonstrated how the insulation of painting, Impressionist painting in this gallery annex, the Jeu de Paume, took part in a dehistoricization of the movement, separate from the other collections in the Louvre and separated from the works of the past, contemporaries, academics, and the follow-up in modern art. And the result is Impressionism that is simplified and without problems, that is more down to biography and documented technique of each painter than a study of the phenomenon as a whole. The angle that other exhibitions organized in 1974 builds enables us to see that this vision is rethought on different scales and according to varied ambitions. The chronological limitations and geographic and technical and design ones of the movement are put on the sidelines and reconsidered according to the way in which these different structures wish to have them and were able to exhibit them during the celebrations. A trend in historiography, which is crystallized and appears more clearly, is linked to the question of context and of Impressionism in the same line as other discourse in Europe and in the United States in the 1950s and 1960s. Several exhibitions in 1974 insist on the fact that the Impressionist period was not just Impressionist. Simultaneously to the centenary exhibition in the Grand Palais, there's also the exhibition of the museum. There's also one in the Musée du Luxembourg. It's included in the official program of the movements to celebrate this movement, directed by Geneviève Lacambre, Michel Clacotte, and set up by the Musée du Louvre. It brings together paintings that are testimonial to the official art of the time. The leaflet introducing the exhibition says that the works, and I quote, by Corot, Meissonier, Gouraud, Quesnel, and many other artists, often forgotten now, is one that the Impressionists could see at the Musée du Luxembourg in the year itself at their first group exhibition. End of the quote. A sort of painting to the centenary. The exhibition offers for a period of 1 month to be able to observe in the two wings of the Grand Palais Impressionist works faced with works that represent the salon paintings that are directly contemporary to them. However, these two events preserve the dichotomy that was established between a painting as seen as modern and what is the so-called academic painting, and the inferior hierarchy of the first remains alive, strengthening especially novelty and the breakthrough character. This subject of exhibition is not isolated in 1974 and other words to review the forgotten works and be interested in the salon. And Kapferito, who was a art historian at the Columbia University, wrote in Arts magazine in the same year that one can say from the exhibitions of the centenary that rather than apotheosis, they are anti-impressionist. And he means by this that one of the historiographic ways celebrated since the 60s and that would be more privileged in 1970 is that of the salon revival and the rehabilitation of the academic paintings. The exhibition, The Impressionists in the Salon in Los Angeles in 1974, coordinated by the University of California, shows this idea and proposes in its catalogue scientific trials that aim at reconstituting the social and historic dimension of the creation during the Impressionist years.
In a close perspective, but a different one, the Grand Palais exhibition transforms at the Metropolitanism manifestation entitled The Impressionist Epoch. This title was changed by curators that like the idea of an Impressionist era rather than an Impressionist movement. The exhibition is much wider than its French version. Many rooms complete the works of art shared with Paris, and a room is dedicated to the salon paintings. The goal of the exhibition is to show the development of Impressionism as a phenomenon among a wider ensemble. John Russell writes in the New York Times that room after room, visitors who try to understand Impressionism will
discover the pioneers of Impressionism, its contemporaneans, its enemies, and the children and grandchildren of Impressionism. It's part of a more complex and longer generation, and it changes the vision depending on the cultural institutions that organize it. We also see that the matter of sources and signs appearing before Impressionism is studied. The idea of a revolutionary technique by Impressionism is in John Howe's catalogue for the exhibition in London, the Royal Academy of Arts. Impressionism, its masters, its precursors, and its masters in France and Britain. John Howe finished his thesis on Monet 2 years later, and he says in his introduction that if we examine the pictorial innovations of Impressionists in an isolated way, each one of them is anticipated by prior generations of artists, and he demonstrates this with arts exhibited, the way in which the Impressionist touch or color has been shown by previous English painters such as Constable. Other events such as the birth of Impressionism in 1874 at the Fine Arts Gallery in Bordeaux insist on the origins of the movement and its precursors. And the works of art, for the most part, come from this gallery in this exhibition. So there are new conceptual units in this exhibition to try to show that this movement is part of a very wider chronology and part of a longer movement. The historiographic ambition of the organizers of these events might be biased by the fact that it is easier to obtain a painting from a former era before Impressionism. But this also shows that there's new interest given to the areas of Impressionism. So not only the time limitations, but the geographical borders of this movement. They're trying to show that Impressionism is not only from Paris. And I think that the participation of smaller structure plays a part here. The centenary is an opportunity for town museums to value their regional landscapes or areas that have played a part in the history of the movement. To the east of France, in Nancy and Besançon, Charles de Mémoron's personality, who is a painter and an agricultural industrial, is shown in much smaller exhibitions locally, either public or private exhibitions. The Besançon Museum also wants to shed light on this regional impressionism that they consider to be pioneer in this movement. In Lorraine, they also want to show the Lorraine Impressionism. The Fine Arts Museum director wrote a document regarding several personalities of the region, including Charles de Mémoron, who took part in the Impressionist movement as painters, organizers, or dealers. They also highlight the part played by Association of Friends of the Museums that have shed light on the work of Monet and Renoir in the 1870s and 1880s. Landscapes such as that of Nancy or the countryside around it are very widespread in this movement, including at the Academy of Nancy. So they're trying to show the history of local painters that are not as well known and that are also part of the Impressionist movement because of the techniques used or the fact that they are painted outside, but also the impression given by Impressionism of new areas, new places. Aside from the history of Impressionism, the Gallery of Fine Arts of Bordeaux is trying to shed light on the richness of regional museums that they consider are not famous enough. This is a political argument, and Jean Chatelain, director of the Museums of France at the time, mentions that this is paternalistic and that the capital is condescending when organizing exhibitions. The curator of the museum uses its network and friendships to obtain 74 paintings from out of the 130 that come from different regions of France. She says that outside of the capital, small towns and people who are passionate about the Impressionism movement make sure that there's a wide collection. Also, several people outside of France were requested to lend paintings, but it was often impossible because it was too expensive to ensure these paintings, and the Border Museum could not bear this cost. The centralism of this movement is also seen by the press. Remaining in this idea of changing the geographical area where Impressionism took place, the Rio Museum of Fine Arts and several Canadian museums also celebrate the Impressionist paintings in their collection. Here you can see Brazilian and Canadian artists whose technique and aesthetics are close to Impressionism. Impressionism would thus be a style and about aesthetics rather than a historically and geographically limited movement, and they have a wider definition of Impressionism. The history of Impressionism is not constricted to Paris. It's in different geographical areas, and its cultural diversity is also much wider than we might think. All of this shows us that Impressionism is plural in its chronology, geography, but also in its principles themselves. We see in these different exhibitions that the 1974 centenary is also the opportunity to show that it is difficult or even impossible to define Impressionism. This shows the different contradictions within the movement. The variety of techniques and support are shown by the different prints and ceramics exhibited. For prints, the catalogue of the National Library provided by Michel Leno shows that there's an incompatibility between the landscape Impressionism with colors and this black and white art. If we look at the 50-year that is shown in this exhibition, which is entitled Impressionist Prints, and it shows that it starts with Romanticism up until Degas' art. The Impressionist movement is part of a much more complex movement. Jean-Paul Bouillon shows it in the catalogue on the Impressionist ceramic prints organized by the Association of Friends of the Museum. He says that it is precisely in exhibitions of prints such as the ones organized in 1874, 79, and 80, so the historical ones, and the contemporary vases of Auteuil, that we can question more clearly the domination of this fake concept Impressionism. Jean-Paul Bouillon is an art historian. He is a specialist of Félix Bracon. He was a painter, a printer, and he took part in the exhibitions of the group. So this historian said in the Gazette des Beaux-Arts that the letters sent that artists sent to one another allow us to have a sociological analysis of this movement. In the catalogue in the 1874 exhibition, he says that this artist is a late romantic, a Japanist, and he produces works of art that can be opposed depending on the medium that he uses. He is both an anti-impressionist in his prints and an impressionist in his ceramics. So this is a case that cannot be locked in a box, and that shows the differences in the Impressionist movement. In 1974, the question of determining who hasn't exhibited works of art in the original exhibition, and this shows that there is no oneness to the group. The 1974 exhibition is also part of a document conceived by Hélène Adhémar and Sylvie Patin in a room next to the one on the centenary in the Grand Palais. In that room, which is supposed to reproduce the Shenada exhibition,
They are showing unknown artists whose works vary greatly. The exhibition are reproduced on biographic information bubbles, such as Giuseppe de Nittis and Claude Monet that you can see here. So here you can see these different panels, and to the left you can see Monet's. So for each exhibitor, so he's not one of the ones who is not well known, but it's the only one for which we have a bigger picture of his label. So with the arts that were part of the catalogue in 1874, a review of his art at the time and a biography. The definition of Impressionism as a social group that we could tackle from the study of this exhibition is far from the one that we see in the neighboring galleries and even in that selection of paintings that are supposed to be as the most defining of the movement. But still, the definition of Impressionism is not a consensus. The press considers that the works of art chosen do not represent the Impressionism movement, in particular the arts of Degas. So they question which painter is a part of the movement or not. In New York, the curators of the Metropolitan would like to prevent this problem of definition. To explain why they changed the title of their exhibition for the centenary of Impressionism, they write to the direction of the museum in France. They consider that Monet and Degas are included, whereas they are not Impressionists. In the New York version, Thomas Husing, the director of the museum, says that Impressionism is an umbrella term that is ever-changing and very diverse, and it can embrace all of the different trends of painting between the years 1860 and 1870. He says that just like any label in art history, it is not satisfactory. For him, this exhibition intends to show the diversity and even the lack of cohesion within the group, which is a historical truth that we tend to forget over the years because we try to define Impressionism as strictly as we, Leroy, did it in 1874 when the label was unfortunately given to the group as a whole. The definition of Impressionism as a homogeneous group is debatable, and it was already the case in 1974 during the centenary. And to conclude, looking at all of these temporary exhibitions, regardless of their reach, their nature, allows us to see different historiographical paradigms, whether they are stabilized, being renewed or new. This shows us that, first of all, 1974 is the opportunity to take a step back on the history of Impressionism and the way it was written until now. The positivistic and eventual history shows us that there are different methods as well. There are other methods that pay more attention to the social, structural and cultural ways of studying art history. The definition of Impressionism is already being questioned at the time, and it will continue to be questioned in the 1980s. The centenary and its exhibition shows that there are different ways to conceive the movement, and they contain the breeding ground for new methodological content and to find different ways to see and show the paintings of the 19th century. Thank you very much, Elise, for this fascinating presentation, which once again reflects everything that was done that year and this year for the 150th anniversary. An exhibition is a narration, and it might have evolved. The definition of the movement is not as much of a question today, or we raise it differently, but we already had many different approaches and initiatives at the time, including all of this question of the regional Impressionism, which is also what we took into account here in Orsay, because we lend many of our paintings to regional museums. We don't have much time, but we can take a few questions. So if there are people in the room who would like
to ask our speakers a question. I don't know if there's a microphone in the room yet. Here's a question by Christophe Charles. I would like to talk to the previous speaker. I was surprised to see that in the debates between Italy and France, they never mentioned the Macchiaioli movement. Some of them were precursors of Impressionists, and some of these painters were in touch with the painters in France, including Normandie. And this was never mentioned in this paternity quarrel that you describe. Or is it something retrospective that we are mentioning? Because I've found more recent documents where they talk about this link between both movements. Yes, absolutely. The question of the paternity of landscape painting crystallizes whether Impressionism is the main voice of modernity at the beginning of that new century. There are people in Italy who question whether Impressionism was the first movement to do that. And it is relayed by proxy because Léonce Benedict is going to consider that the Italian divisionism is part of Impressionism, and they completely leave aside the Macchiaioli. Whereas in the speeches that we hear in the 1930s, the validity of French Impressionism is more debatable, especially because it's a political discourse, and it's not only in light of the Macchiaioli, but rather because of a more classical reference to Italian art in general. However, in parallel to this change of references between the Macchiaioli and the more classical Italian art, there's a whole movement of the Ottocento Italian movement, not only of the Macchiaioli, in light of the modernity that is shown as exclusively French. In the 1910 exhibition in Florence, the French Impressionists are going to be presented, and they make no reference to the Macchiaioli. However, Soffici organizes an exhibition of Medardo Rosso, which is the first personal exhibition of this Italian artist in Italy. A question by Barthélemy Jobert. I would like to talk about the 1974 exhibition. You've shown that there was a document room or a documentary room for the Impressionists. Did they do this as well for the exhibition on the Luxembourg Museum? And are there pictures of that exhibition in the archives that you've looked at? Because these pictures that you're showing are extremely rare. We have very few documents on exhibitions as such, which is what you've shown is extremely precious. But we wish we had the same thing for other exhibitions. So I've had a look at the National Archives for the Luxembourg Museum exhibitions, but there were no pictures in the files that I found. However, for the Centenary of Impressionism exhibition, there are pictures for the documentary retrospective and the exhibition rooms, but not for the Luxembourg Museum. Do you have a plan? Yes. The plan of the Luxembourg Museum? No. No, I don't have it either. So the archive show that there's a different vision, because we've kept what we considered important, because I'm sure that plans were made. For this exhibition at the Luxembourg Museum, the research was carried out and it's contradictory. when we could still talk about it with Geneviève Lacan, indeed, a lot of work was done to look for paintings. This is how it started. But let's not forget that we're in 1974, and that's very important because this is the Musée d'Orsay, the beginning of the Musée d'Orsay, so having a 19th century museum in this station, and it's going to end up giving us a presentation of Impressionists and non-Impressionists in the same place. And this double exhibition showed that. I visited them when I was a boy, and we would enter the Grand Palais through. That's why I wish you had the plans. So from what I remember, we entered through the Luxembourg Museum where there wasn't anyone, so that we would not have to get in line for the Impressionist exhibition, which was like a blockbuster movie today. You could take a double ticket, and this showed also the vision of these paintings that we had at the time. So any document would be useful, but apparently you don't have it in. I think it's in the private archives of the curators in charge of this exhibition, so it's not necessarily accessible, but I think that there are documents out there. And this is a very interesting testimony because in the press we often hear that when they talk about the exhibition at the Luxembourg Museum, they say that the visitors of the Impressionist exhibition are lost and they're confused and they end up in the Luxembourg Museum instead of the Impressionist one. It was at the stairs, so towards the Champs-Élysées entrance. To the left, you had the Impressionist exhibition, and to the right, you had the Luxembourg Museum exhibition. But I was very young back then when I saw that. But there are probably other curators that are older than me and that remember it. But it would be great for you to have it because apparently there are missing archives. Well, we make a call to obtain them. It's wonderful to work on an exhibition that is 50 years old rather than the exhibition that dates back to 150 years ago. Is that we're on YouTube, so we might have testimonies live on these exhibitions. I had a quick question on the number of visitors. Do you know how many people saw these exhibitions, and did people love Impressionism back then as much as they do today? Or so the Grand Palais exhibition, there were 505,000 visitors, a little bit more, so it's a huge exhibition for the time. And at the Metropolitan, they welcomed more than 430,000 visitors. At the Luxembourg Museum, I don't know. But it was a big exhibition in terms of the number of visitors. And also, there was a lot of communication around it. And have you looked at this, the adverts, the posters, the press, as we do today? Is it something that was already done back then, that was common? Yes. I don't have the exact data, but we've seen in the archives that there were adverts, that there were posters at the Tuileries in specific places. It was more to the right bank of the Seine, but I couldn't tell you exactly. But yes, it was already something that they communicated about quite widely. This shows one thing, is that in 1974, Impressionism is already what Philippe Dagen describes in an article. He said it's this cash flow machine. And it's also one of the explanations to this diffraction of the word Impressionism, which provides added value, which has a symbolic value that attracts a lot of people, and we like to add it to the title of an exhibition. Everyone wants a share of Impressionism, and this diffraction of Impressionism is very clear in 1874. It's this 1974, and it's the same in 2024. I have to conclude, but maybe in 50 years there will be a new Eddie de Verre that will work on Impressionism in 2024. But I'll give the floor to Félicie. Just a really quick comment, because I see that our technicians are. Is it the start of these serial exhibitions? Are there other examples before 1974 of such a topic that's going to be covered at national and international levels? On Impressionism before 1974, not only on Impressionism, in general, in the history of exhibitions. You mentioned a topic which is going to have an echo. I suggest that we continue this conversation outside the room, and this afternoon when we will have other breaks. Thank you for your attention. We will come back here at 2:30 for the session on paper impressionism. Thank you very much.
Hello once again, and thank you for coming back to listen to this afternoon session. I'd first of all like to thank the organizer for allowing me to moderate this session. The subject will be very interesting, paper impressionism, or impressionism on paper. It's a subject that we will talk about, not just because of the engravings, but also the use of the impressionism word as an adjective beyond the field of painting. To introduce this session, I wanted to talk about an article that I read during my thesis research a while ago now, and it was a survey carried out by an art critic and writer, enriches, published in June 1901 in the Review, and it was a piece of research on impressionism and sculpture. And the person in question was questioning artists and collectors to ask if you could put in on the work of Médard de Rousseau and Rodin the qualification of impressionism. Auguste Rodin and Cargy were considered as impressionist sculptors because there was an analogy between the tormented surface and not smooth base of the sculptures and the impressionist touch. Why am I talking about this? Because it doesn't have anything to do with prints or photography or lithography. Well, because for me, it's an investigation, and the title is slightly absurd, but also quite intriguing, and it shows how at the Belle Époque, the painting squashes all the other forms of art, and it's quite paradoxical because modern artists have often fought academia to free painting from the trusteeship of literature. And this investigation, its formulation, and I'm saying this here because the questions are long, brings the definition of modern art in general to that of pictorial impressionism. And in the question addressed to these people is linked to Baudelaire, who had very little credit, or gave very little credit to sculpture. Baudelaire was also very strict with photography, and we'll talk about this a bit later if you wish. And he only saw in photograph the servant of the fine arts that could only have as an ambition to be more than what engraving and stenography are to literature. That was in 1859. It shows how modern art and the discussions on modern art refer to painting, and this is what made it even more complicated to recognize photography as an art form in itself. And the second aspect that really led me to question things is that we have the impression that we're seeing at the end of the century a return into the past after the writings of Rodin de Framessines on the borders of art, of poetry and art. Well, it was essential for European romantics to set the question, and one of the questions in this report and the responses to the art critics is the specificity of the medium, which is then reformulated in the 20th century by Grimberg. And it's interesting, as artists say, because, for example, the sculptor Jules Desbois, with whom we see that he's slightly annoyed when he answers Clarisse, he says that I think that painting and sculpture are such different means to highlight a piece of beauty that each artist is actually going to discover that they are not, or going to try and show that they are not rivals. And what I see in this answer, and what is not listened and heard by Aimon Clarisse, is that each technique, medium and support has its own ways, and each artist uses it in their own way and with their own means. And the response of Jules Desbois is interesting because it's quite symptomatic of the defiance of artists in terms of how they describe and qualify their art. And in fact, this question of Edmond Clarisse is of little interest to Pissarro, because he says, and I quote, "My response to your question is simple, no restriction." So we can see in his response that for artists, it's not really a question that is said, because in their creative process, there's a form of fluidness and moving from one material to another or support to another. And these qualifications and classifications are not essential, though, for artists. And if they aren't for them, and they are, and that's what I wanted to bring to your attention, they are for the discourse that is carried around their art. They're important for art critics of the time who are trying to find a direction for French art around the 1900s, and they're also true for history of art, for ordering discussions and to situate them in in a historic context through the use of language. So it comes back to some of the questions that we're going to be looking at today, and linked to the communication and the presentations of some people we've invited today. We're delighted to have you. We have Hollis Clayson, Professor Emeritus of Art History of Northwestern Art, world-renowned art historian. She works on French 19th century art history, and her first book was published in 1991. It was called Painted Art of Prostitution in French Art in the Impressionist era, and then it was followed by other pieces of research that were just as ambitious. For example, in 2002, Paris in Despair, Art and Everyday Life Under Siege, and the siege of Paris. And there's also a piece of work with Andrei Dambowski, Is Paris Still the Capital of the 19th Century? And also in 2019, a beautiful book on Illuminated Paris, Essay on Art and Lighting at the Belle Époque. And since then, she's been working on a project around the Eiffel Tower called The Dark Side of the Eiffel Tower. And we hope to be able to read it very soon. Alongside her, we have Ashley Dunn, who's curator at the Department of Drawings and Prints at the MoMA Museum in New York, where she's in charge of drawings, prints, and illustrated books of the 19th century. She graduated from Northwestern, and in 2019 she held a thesis on printing and art in Paris from 1850 to 1880, and very recently she worked on various exhibitions on Rodin, Delacroix, and also she took part in this beautiful Manet Degas exhibition that was organized at the Musée d'Orsay last year. And finally, I'll introduce this gentleman. And just next to me, you have Julien Faure-Conarton, with whom we are going to listen to the contemporary photographic prints of Impressionism and the links between photography and Impressionism. And Julien is in charge of research and scientific development of collections at Boulogne-Billancourt Museum, and he's a PhD in history and a doctor in history, and he specializes in pictorial art and photography around the turn of the 20th century. In 2016, he published a book on Robert de Machy, the pictorial photographer Robert de Machy, and also was in charge of a catalogue for an exhibition called Visions of Artists, pictorial photography. I'm going to leave the floor now to Hollis Clayson, who suggests she talk about Impressionist prints, and then we'll listen to Ashley Dunn. But what will be interesting is that we'll be able to listen to this discussion between these two eminent specialists of Impressionist prints, and they'll be talking about this, and I'll leave you the floor if you wish. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so very much to all the organizers of this conference. I'm very pleased to have been included. So our noble chair told you that I had done a lot of work on artificial illumination, and I feel as though I'm being punished for having been so preoccupied. We need to have lights that are that intense shining on us nonstop. I was going to begin my remarks by telling you that early this morning I felt as though I was a person of reasonable intelligence, but then I went through the virtual reality experience of the exhibition, and I am worried that my mind is empty. And so virtual reality, emptied brain, and intense lights. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Okay, before plunging into a discussion of specific practices and issues, I want to make a few conceptual, or I guess you might say methodological points. And my point of departure is this brief quotation from Walter Benjamin. The difference between technology and magic is a thoroughly historical variable. Benjamin's technology magic seesaw tilts dramatically often toward technology when printmaking is discussed. Why? Well, aren't prints the artworks par excellence defined by specific and often plenty recherché technologies of production? In the case of especially technically complex prints, The tilt can certainly be pronounced. Let's take a look at this particularly demanding work by Mary Cassatt, a combination etching and aquatint from 1879. It reminds us what the fundamental questions are that arise. Are materials merely materials when it comes to complex prints, or are they transcended and translated into something else? Apropos of this print, in my characteristically discreet way, I won't name names, but this, which happens to belong to the museum at my university, it was in an exhibition, I think curated by, no, anyway, and a lot of, let's call them heavyweight national print curators happened to be paying a visit to the exhibition one day, and I was so glad because they would, of course, explain the actual techniques and technologies that Mary Cassatt employed, and I wish a photographer had been there because everybody stood there like this. I mean, which is to say, this is a very complicated print. Yes, it's etching and aquatint, but the way in which they're combined to this day is very difficult to reckon with. So what's my point? I'm going to use a statement from Amelia Jones to further my point in this important piece she published in 2013. Art's materiality is, depending on the context, both accepted in art history and perennially disavowed. Yes, this statement was made prior to the now very robust material turn in which we are all engulfed. Case in point, of course, this extraordinary international congress is about to open next month here in France. But even though it was uttered more than 10 years ago, it's still very much to the point. And it seems to me the benefit of Amelia Jones' perspective is that I'm not so sure that when it comes to technically complex prints, the materiality ever is disavowed. And this, of course, goes directly to something that we've already encountered in discussion today, namely the way in which prints, even if they're produced by, fashioned by, invented by, the card-carrying leading marquee members of the Impressionist community, they are nonetheless somehow seen to be of lesser importance than, yes, than paintings. One more text to get the ball rolling, what Alfred Gell has to say here. The enchantment of technology is the power that technical processes have of casting a spell over us so that we see the real world in an enchanted form. Art, as a separate kind of technical activity, only carries further through a kind of involution the enchantment which is immanent in all kinds of technical activity. So Gell reminds us, contrary to my opening Benjamin-dependent point, that the complexities of printmaking can occasionally weight the Benjamin seesaw in the direction of magic. So these are some of the things that for me are at stake in a discussion of these matters. Okay, so now I'm going to try to bring some of these concerns to bear on a brief account of some of the leading Impressionist printmakers, which also might be taken to be an oxymoron in some circles, but here we go. So, here's a marvelous pair of a Cassatt and a Degas. Cassatt and Degas, as almost all of you know, of course, made radically inventive intaglio prints side by side for several years, starting in 1879. Félix Bracquemond and Camille Pissarro were also frequently involved. My view has been for quite a while that their exceptional works on paper deserve full membership in the orbit of the painting of modern life. When the designation painting is not applied literally, a more inclusive category results, a grouping that delineates a multimedia modernist enterprise without a medium hierarchy. There are, aesthetic, material, ideological, and historical reasons for revamping the reach of this well-known classification, first used capaciously, of course, by Charles Baudelaire in his formulation, the painter of modern life, coined in 1860 to denote a set of attitudes, visual and otherwise, toward urban modernity. So I want to argue strenuously that Cassat's and Degas' achievements, and I mean, Pissarro and Bracmond could be joining them on the screen, but just to focus in here, that these achievements in the graphic arts demand inclusion. My discussion today fully exceeds to that desideratum because remapping the borders of 19th century French modernism is logical, overdue, and somewhat unexpectedly, it turns out, in sync with debates underway today in the specialized world, the specialized sphere of print circles. And it's fascinating to discover here. Let's have a look at another Degas Cassat pair. And I think it's interesting to discover that the discussions that are going on today are also surfaced among Impressionist print scholars earlier in the 1980s and 90s. The name Jean-Paul Bouillon has been broached today. That's a good thing. Another thing that he did in a publication in 1989 was to persuasively criticize the tendency to sequester prints from paintings in many histories of Impressionism. It's exciting for me to see how many prints are included in the current exhibition hanging over there in the museum. Anyway, he said, including major accounts of the 8 Impressionist exhibitions, where they, of course, appeared intermingled with paintings. Bouillon noted acerbically that critics who responded to those Parisian shows at the time were very, very far from considering the prints on display a minor and negligible annex. Also in the 90s, the late Rick Brettel, Nicole Minder, and of course, Michel Melot entered the discussion. Brettel, in line with Bouillon, insisted loudly that the oeuvre of the long list of late 19th century peintres graveurs simply cannot be understood without reference to their prints. Minder and Melot addressed specific traits of period prints, especially etchings. Minder aligned the prejudice against prints. I think this is a pretty important point. Aligned the prejudice against prints vis-a-vis paintings with their comparative visual severity. Quote, the exclusion or indifference regarding the print was and still is essentially due to the qualities of the medium, the austerity of black and white, and the lack of prestige attached to works on paper, end quote. And I would add, they tend to be kind of small. Okay. Melot's brief on behalf of the printmaking practices of Cassat and Degas and Pissarro was also medium-centric. Building on his transformative scholarship of the mid-90s, he argued in 2005 that their work reversed the connotations of an arsenal of techniques still widely devoted at the time, right, to reproduction, and hence the popular status of printmaking as frivolous, by placing them in the service of aesthetic innovation. Peter Parshall, eminent historian of early modern European art, including prints, extended the polemic by an influential piece that he published in 2015 by challenging curators to rethink the routine sequestration of prints and their staffs in museums, urging all historians of post-medieval art to make the history of prints an essential part of that history. He aligns, this is really surprising, he aligns still current practice of sequestration with various theoretical predecessors, but most powerfully for the purposes of this discussion, he aligns it with the circa 1939 interventions of all people, Clement Greenberg. Quote, Greenberg encouraged a retreat into self-containment, and in so doing, he also provided a theoretical undergirding for the separation of curatorial responsibilities. I, that's Peter, doubt anyone turned to his criticism as a justification for something that was more or less set by the time he was writing. Nonetheless, one can legitimately claim Greenberg's formalism as theoretical support for this division of art history, even though, as far as I am aware, he never wrote a word about a print. The practice of art history should ultimately be one of reintegration, not parceling out, end quote. So my embrace and elevation of Cassatt's and Degas' prints is thus located at a point of convergence, I think, of multiple historiographic threads. Here, let's put here a quartet of Cassatt's intaglio prints on the screen. It's certainly necessary, even urgent, at exactly this stage in my remarks, to add something from Sarah Leese's path-breaking 2018 catalog, Innovative Impressions. In her essay, she reminds us from the 1860s, a quality that was understood to define the etching medium was improvisation, as well as it being defined as a direct expression of artistic inspiration. And then for me, her key sentence, quote, "By the time the Impressionist artists organized their group, the medium of etching had already been defined as embodying values that they broadly embraced in their work." Now, apropos of Mary Cassatt, the extremely fertile period of her first sustained exertions in printmaking began in the spring of 1879. If my reading falters, it's because of that virtual reality experience. It's not my fault. Okay. This is when she began to collaborate, right, with Degas, Pissarro, Bracquemond, and she obtained results that completely stunned the members of that little group that were really the print veteran experts, namely Degas and Bracquemond. Her dive into the world of etching was, of course, occasioned by wanting to prepare work for that projected joint enterprise, the journal Le Jour et la Nuit, the projected failed collaborative journal of original prints. Here's Bracquemond's draft cover for the planned journal, and it's so exciting that this very drawing, yes, was just acquired for the Department of Prints and Drawings at the Met. Ashley, sitting over there, had quite a lot to do with that brilliant acquisition. Anyway, in planning this journal, I think this is important for us to understand. The artists believed that they could somehow have their cake and eat it too, despite the fact that the techniques that the Impressionist printmakers favored were those least favorable to reproduction: dry point, aqua tint, and soft ground etching. As Malot put it starkly, Le Jour et la Nuit could not survive such a contradiction. The failure of Le Jour et la Nuit signaled the death of a dream in which art, faithfully served by industry, would survive reproduction without being definitively altered, end quote. Indeed, according to every account, we shall never be quite clear what printing process they hope to employ. The prints made no concessions. Let's just look at another Cassatt. The prints made no concessions to publishing qua mechanical reproducibility. They were instead in the same aesthetic category as pastels and wash drawings. According to Peter Parshall, another thing to put into the pile of issues, by the second half of the 19th century, etchings were the defining art of privacy, a status that furthers our awareness of the contradictory nature of the projected journal, and which dovetails suggestively with Cassatt's frequent selection of the spaces and themes of the domestic interior in her graphic work. Okay, the magazine failed, but Cassatt's, Degas, and Pissarro's prints intended for the journal were seen in public after all by being shown at the 5th independent exhibition in 1880. I'm fascinated by the fact that it turned out to be particularly notable because no prints appeared in the 1881 exhibition. And in 1882, a lot of you know this, Degas and his friends, including Cassatt, were absent from the show. And Barbara Stern Shapiro reminds us that the inclusion of multiple states of the same print in the 1880 show, some of which were signed and annotated, possibly marked the first time that printmakers exhibited trial impressions. They are certainly splendid vestiges of an unsuccessful enterprise, and they raise essential questions about what kind of printmaking was for these devotees of immediacy and light. What matters here is that in such works, original prints, the great oxymoron of the late 19th century, became unique works of art, rather like drawings. I'm showing you a very out of focus slide. I'm sorry, that's not fair to Bracquemond, but it reminds us that he apparently, unlike, anyway, you just heard what I had to say about when Degas showed his first, but he showed one drawing and 4 intaglios in 79, and then a collection in 1880 that had never been individually identified. Pizarro showed prints not entirely identified. They were un cadre of eau forte in 1880. I'm showing you one of those from the Harvard collection on the screen now. Okay, what printmaking must have also offered the artist, linked by the Day and Night project, was the benefit and risk of surprise. Intaglio printmakers know well, okay, if you'll forgive me, guess whose hand that is? Intaglio printmakers know well that you do not know exactly what you'll get when you peel the damp paper away from the inked copper on the press bed. The effects transferred from plate to paper via ink under pressure are not completely predictable. Obviously, I know something about that. Intaglio work adds uncertainty and risk to an aesthetic arsenal oriented toward recording aspects of the visible world. The intaglio print was a medium in which optics and aesthetic translation converged to generate unprecedented tonal surprise and complexity. The unpredictability of printmaking was itself the trait as well as the presenting condition of a kind of impressionism in an expanded sense. In painting, let's get rid of my hand here. Let's go back to Pizarro while I say this. In painting, every additional stroke erased what lay beneath. The newest impression always destroyed the prior printed marks. Prints work in a cognate, albeit reversed way. Plates can be altered to define different states that are often accretions, and furthermore, each inking and printing creates a different impression. The practice of this kind of printmaking is as far from an art of replication as can be imagined. The multiplicity of intaglio printmaking in particular, Wright, allowed for diversity and variety that actually outstripped, I think, the parallel structural capacities of painting. Whereas prints can have multiple states and almost always produce changed impressions, in order for paintings to inscribe multiple responses or aesthetic ideas, they have to be done in a series. There have to be more than one canvas. The multiplicity of the print evoked here points in the direction of the print qualifying, yes, you know I was going to say this, as the impressionist object. And then one of the things that was very much under discussion by the middle of the 1870s was the question of the issue of inking. Who did it and how did they do it and what were the effects? The whole question of what Ludovic Lepic really coined, namely monotype inking, what that actually does in terms of the integrity, the preservation, the homogeneity of the worked matrix. Yeah, this is something, it's not as self-important as it seems. These are a couple of my recent Chrysler building etching that I just happened to show 6 different inkings, and you can see how you can get what might appear to be 6 completely different prints depending on the handling of the inking. I've learned a lot from Laurel Garber, the curator at the Philadelphia Museum, about this. So I've already suggested the fundamental mutability of the print matrix, but combined with divergent inking, you can see the way in which variety proliferates. But here comes an issue that I haven't even mentioned, which was so important in these years of the 19th century. I mean, whose labor was the most consequential? The etcher, the inker, or the printer? As most of you know, those were not necessarily, indeed, almost never were the same person. Printmakers almost always had a printer and didn't print them themselves. And you might even boil the question down to something more fundamental. What actually constituted the appearance of the prints? The etched line or the ink applied to the line? I'm getting to my final point, don't worry. But something that I find interesting here, look, what's interesting is the pointer works. Here, this is a great impression of one of Mary Cassatt's dry point and aquatints from 1890-91. And I was very interested by the nature of her signature on the print. I think you can see it here. Imprimé par l'artiste et Monsieur le Roi. That's her printer. So she acknowledges that she's not the primary maker. She acknowledges that there's another specialist laborer involved. So I know my final point, such a big point for us to wrestle with, is defining the labor of printmaking. Who turned the press? Who aligned the plates? What kind of authorship is this? Whoops, not yet. Here. Oh, I have to do it this way. Okay. No, God, we don't want to see that again. Yes, this is this remarkable set of different impressions and inkings of Mary Cassatt's in the omnibus. This is in the National Gallery. So, you look at these and you think, I don't know, how does anyone do scholarship on these things? But if the print, if I'm even marginally correct, if the print deserves to be considered the Impressionist object, who made it? Does the embrace of my proposed elevation of the Impressionist print require a completely revised definition of authorship? As I already predicted, the formidably clever Ludovic Lepic had an answer for that. For God's sake, start inking your own plates and do it as variously as you possibly can. He was the one who was perhaps the most vivid, vocal, and loud, and energetic partisan of monotype inking. You can see 2 completely different inked versions of exactly the same worked plate. And in so doing, Lepic inscribed or reinscribed the intaglio printmaker as the solo author of the etched artwork. Insofar as in his case, etching and inking, and indeed in most cases printing, were carried out by the same individual. So I'm going to stop there with my list of issues, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We are now going to listen to Ashley Dunn, and then you can start having a conversation. So we're ready, Ashley.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers
of this conference, for inviting me and giving me the chance to give you this presentation. I'm going to continue.
In the spring of 1874, the artists Félix Bracquemont, Ludovic Lepic, Giuseppe Donatis, Léon Autain, and Henri Rouart exhibited etchings and a lithograph, along with the drawings, paintings, and sculpture by fellow members of the Société Anonyme des Artistes Peintres, Sculpteurs, Graveurs, etc. By including some of these prints in the current exhibition, Paris 1874, Inventing Impressionism, reminds the public and specialists alike that Impressionism at its outset involved more than just painting. Indeed, prints were included in all but one of the 8 Impressionist exhibitions. The first exhibition included some 40-odd prints, a representative sampling of which I include here. These graphic works certainly contributed to the eclectic aesthetic of the exhibition that is described wonderfully by Anne Robbins in the 2024 catalog. Beyond their eclectic character, though, I wonder, what do these works tell us about Impressionism, about the role of printmaking in the movement, and about the nature of Impressionist prints? These are the questions I will explore briefly today. In reflecting on the projects that manifested around the centenary of the Impressionist moment, which we heard wonderfully earlier this morning from Elise, but which spanned 1974 to 1986, Jean-Paul Boyon lamented that prints remained la parente pauvre, the poor relation of painting. He noted, of course, the exception that was Michel Melot's 1974 landmark exhibition at the Bibliothèque Nationale titled Les Estampes Impressionistes. To this day, Boyon's 1989 article is the only expansive historiography published on the subject, and Melot's scholarship continues to be the essential reference. His 1994 volume, Les Estampes Impressionistes, published 2 years later in English, is foundational in tracing an expansive history of the topic. In 2010, the Bibliothèque Nationale revisited the subject again with an exhibition in Caen, Les Estampes Impressionistes de Monet à Renoir. It is striking and unlikely coincidence that the 3 covers here each present a work by one of the 3 preeminent Impressionist printmakers, Pissarro, Degas, and Cassatt. As we've just heard from Holly Clayson, the mutual exploration of printmaking techniques among these 3 was integral to their artistic practices and produced some of the most radical works of their respective oeuvres. There has been rich scholarship on the printmaking activities of the so-called core group of Impressionist printmakers, primarily in monographic contexts and occasionally, excitingly, in combination with one another. In addition to Boyon, Melot, and Clayson, I must call out the work of Barbara Shapiro, Nicole Minder, Richard Britell, Sarah Lees, Kimberly Jones, and Valérie Stuart-Hermel. Given Holly's focus on that triumvirate today, I will turn my attention to artists whose status as Impressionists is perhaps less certain. I'd like to begin with a look at the printmakers who exhibited in the 1874 exhibition. One of the outcomes in attending to Impressionist printmaking is a shift in the balance of key contributors, and the figure who emerges most strongly in the galleries today, and from a historic perspective, is Félix Bracquemont, who exhibited more works in that first exhibition than any other artist in any media. As Melot has so succinctly described, Bracquemont's participation in 1874 represented a manifesto, a retrospective, and a program for the future. A group of portrait prints featured key figures, both practitioners and critical advocates of the etching revival. With these works, Bracquemont harkens back to the 1850s and early 60s, when artistic and commercial interests in etching coalesced with the founding of the Société des Aquafortistes. The discourse of the etching revival articulated many of the aesthetic priorities later associated with Impressionist painting in emphasizing the medium's immediacy and capacity to register the artist's subjectivity. In 1874, Bracquemont also showed 7 landscapes, including 2 in dry point, such as this one from 1858. And it was in the context of Impressionist printmaking that dry point, which involves drawing or inscribing directly on the copper plate without the use of acid, came to be practiced and appreciated as an autonomous technique rather than an aid to others. Side by side, in another frame, Bracquemont displayed 2 impressions of what was by then likely his best-known print, Erasmus after Holbein. Significantly, Bracquemont featured 2 states of the print, the first and definitive states of 10. And here's another of the ways the artist modeled the program for the future. As we've heard, 6 years later, the group who collaborated on Le Jour et la Nuit, Degas, Cassatt, Pissarro, and Raffaelli, showed multiple states of their prints in the 5th exhibition. This innovation of Impressionist printmaking, endowing each state of the print with the status of an exhibitable work in its own right, has tremendous implications for the temporalities we associate with Impressionism at large. And more on this to come. Another of Bracquemont's frames featured 6 etched copies or interpretations of works by other artists, including his notably unfinished plate, After Turner's Rain, Steam, and Speed. Bracquemont had already received criticism for the unfinished appearance of prints that he'd exhibited in the Salon of 1870. Philippe Berti wrote, Monsieur Bracquemont a envoyé quelques épreuves de paysage, croquées directement sur le cuivre en plein air. L'effet est large, mais l'exécution paraît trop sommaire. Ce sont des épreuves bien désirables pour un amateur, mais non des envois de salon suffisamment élaborés. So the exhibition in 1874 provided Bracquemont with a venue for showing a work he proudly identified as unfinished. I argue that etching has profound contributions to make to the discourse around finish and the unfinished in studies of Impressionism. This goes beyond the aesthetics of a sketch to the fundamentally open-ended nature of the medium. The etching plate both maintains the potential for change and simultaneously tracks its transformation through the impressions made of each state. In this quick review of Bracquemont's submissions, we can see that so many seeds are already there in 1874. And Bracquemont's future contributions, we see them come to full fruition. In 1879, he exhibited Une vue du Pont des Saints-Pères, which took many of the energetic and atmospheric ingredients of his print after Turner and applied them to an original view of the Parisian landscape. In 1879, he also showed Au Jardin d'Acclimatation, a composition he devised to print in color using multiple plates. With these 2 impressions, you can see the variation achieved at the level of inking. On the subject of ink, the next contributor, Ludovic Lepic, is a major player, as we've heard, although we might not guess it from the 1874 submissions. Lepic showed 2 etchings after works by the animalier Louis Godefroy Jardin, portraits of dogs named César and Jupiter, again dating from over a decade earlier, as well as a dim interior where a monk-like figure descends the stairs. It is in the dark, rich tones of this latter work that hints at the inkiness of Lepic's work to come. In the second Impressionist exhibition, Lepic exhibited Canal en Hollande, Lever de Lune. And although we can't be sure exactly which print it was, the one here from the Lucas collection in Baltimore is one possibility. The selective wiping of the ink on the plate before printing produces the atmosphere of the scene and the luminosity of the moon in particular, especially when you compare it with an impression that has not had the same treatment here on the right. Lepic is one of the printmakers whose work Duranty described in La Nouvelle Peinture, in acknowledging that the new painting was a multimedia enterprise. Tout est neuf, ou veut être libre dans ce mouvement.
New and want to be free in this movement. The prints use these different processes, and each plate changes, the light is different, and it's an ingenious use of the ink at the printing time that allows for these changes.
Has described as un terme qui s'accorde parfaitement à l'esthétique impressionniste. I've always found the English translation of mobile etching to fall short of conveying its significance. Variable etching comes closer, and I would propose as an alternative unfixed etching, which I think emphasizes the intended uncoupling of the etched plate from the singular image. Lepic took this creative inking to its logical conclusion in producing what we now call a monotype. His own description for it in the 1876 exhibition catalogue was une épreuve tirée sur plaque sans gravure. Although he claimed the method as his own in his memoir that same year, he was certainly not the first, nor only artist to practice it at this time. And on these early contestations, we can look forward to Daniel Cantor's forthcoming dissertation, which aims to present a more complete history of the monotype in the 19th century. And I also want to cite Laurel Garber's Social History of Etching, which highlights the central role of the printer Auguste Delattre in debates around inking and the emergence of monotype. Lepic is credited, though, with introducing the technique to his friend Degas. who, as Eugenia Perry-Harris, Jonas Bayer, and Jody Hauptmann have shown, really pushes it to a whole nother level. At the third exhibition in 1877, Degas showed his dessins faits à l'encre grasse et imprimés. And I'll return to the subject of ink, but first just a quick run through the remaining prints that were on view in 1874. Degas' dear friend Henri Rouard showed 2 untitled etchings. Rouard's etched work is not well cataloged, and I struggled to find even a contemporaneous example to show you. This one is from a portfolio published a few years later, and it just gives you some idea of his work and the technique. Another friend of Degas, de Nittis, is a welcome new addition to the corpus of graphic works shown in 1874. Based on a review suggesting that etchings were among his works exhibited under the broad heading of Études de Femmes, Kimberly Jones proposed this print of the dancer Oloke Gozen as the likeliest candidate. Indeed, de Nittis joined the Société des Aquafortistes in 1874, and Cadar published this print that year. De Nittis, Degas, and a third friend, Marcelin Debutin, were involved together in printmaking endeavors around this time, as these 2 dry point portraits of Degas seen from slightly different angles by de Nittis and Debutin attest. Debutin is another of the printmakers described by de Renty in La Nouvelle Peinture. La voilà qui prend la pointe sèche et s'en sert comme un crayon abordant directement la plaque en traçant l'œuvre d'un seul coup. Debutin joined the Impressionists for the second exhibition in 1876. His dry point portraits offer us a glimpse of the social world of the Impressionist circle, but his work is rarely incorporated into discussions of the movement. One final printmaker who was present in 1874, but whose submission remains a mystery, is Léon Hautain. And it's a great shame that no trace has been found because, very significantly, his was the only lithograph included in that exhibition. Hautain is responsible for the oft-forgotten inclusion of lithographers in the name of the society. Notably, when we shorten the already unwieldy title of Société Anonyme des Artistes Peintres, Sculpteurs, Graveurs, etc., the etc. masks only one term, that of lithographe. And no traces of lithographs by Hautain have been found, but their presence is important because the revival of artistic interest in lithography was still in its infancy at this date, and Manet was really at the forefront in this regard. Notably, Pissarro had tried his hand at lithography for the first time in 1874, but did not exhibit prints that year. The submission of 2 lithographs by Alphonse Legros in 1876 is the only other instance of this medium appearing in the Impressionist exhibitions, as far as we know. Described only as paysage, they have not been precisely identified, so I present one possibility here. The subject of Impressionist lithography is a fraught one for reasons I cannot elaborate now, but perhaps we can get into during the discussion. As the current exhibition emphasizes, if we are examining Impressionist activities in Paris in 1874, we have to look beyond the Société Anonyme to appreciate their full scope, and that is true for printmaking as well. Among those who exhibited at the Salon of that year was Henri Guérard. Guérard is a fascinating artist whose contributions deserve more attention than time allows today, but he's important to highlight in this context, particularly for his experimental inking, color trials, and monotypes. Malot's term for a number of printmakers who were never officially affiliated with the Impressionists, but who produced works that certainly share their concerns at the time, is para-impressionniste. Another of these is Félix Bouot, whose interest in ephemeral atmospheric effects is immediately apparent in a work such as The Squall at Trouville of 1874. In 1876, the editor of the print journal Paris à l'eau forte described Bouot as belonging to the best of the Impressionist school. As I've argued elsewhere, Bouot's prints of Paris are unparalleled in emphasizing their mutability as well as the simultaneity of urban experience. So what is the common ground? What is Impressionist printmaking? Bouillon suggests that the common denominator is experimentation with process, which would seem to take us in a Greenbergian direction for a definition. Holly Clayson argues convincingly that it is both the unpredictability and multiplicity of printmaking that points in the direction of the print qualifying as the Impressionist object. And I describe this as mutability. And although it is certainly explored in earlier periods of print history, the Impressionist printmakers insist upon it to an unprecedented degree. In articulating what it was that Impressionism achieved overall, Andrzej Dąbrowski writes in his 2021 volume that it instated a, quote, deep-seated instability into the process of making and viewing art. He continues, it throws any preconceived ideas about what starting and finishing meant generally into question. It tends to interrogate the duration of any undertaking. And I find that nowhere more evident than in the realm of Impressionist printmaking. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette communication.
Thank you very much.
Je crois d'échanger toutes les deux.
I think you had planned on having a conversation on this topic together.
Ouais.
So I have been entrusted with the opening of the dialogue and listening to Ashley's wonderful intervention and reviewing mine. You know, the thing that I don't know, Ashley, the thing that, I mean, there are many things that we say that resonate, that are quite similar. But one of the things that I just sort of mentioned in passing in my talk that now sort of jars back into view is the point that, is she Nicole Minder, not Minder, Minder? I don't know. Anyway, that point that she made so long ago, that one of the strongest reasons that prints somehow remain in the, dare I use the metaphor of the shadow of painting, is because of what she called their visual severity, the preponderantly monochrome tonalities of them, and you know, they're on paper and they're relatively small size. And I'm wondering that, you know, among the many, of course, compelling suggestions that you and I made for the reconsideration of the possibilities for immediacy and unfinish and surprise and so forth that are offered by, especially intaglio printmaking, are they, because of those visual characteristics, destined to be seen as lesser enterprises? I don't know. Or do you? I mean, you're the print curator. Do you? I mean, does or even, you know, to think about Peter Partial's, you know, somewhat. No, I mean, he really meant it. I mean, he really thinks that print collections should not be separated out from collections of other media in museums. I mean, in some ways, he's on the same page with. He wants to overtake the sort of the diminution of the aesthetic and other kinds of value of the prints. I don't know what. I mean, what might you want to say on that sort of complicated subject?
Well, it's certainly true that in the context of Impressionism, color is a very significant part of the movement, and so that would seem to, almost immediately put prints aside, and yet, of course, I agree with Peter Partial about the necessity of integrating them into the story. And you laid out so many reasons why this is difficult, just sort of in terms of the comprehension of the technology, and even to specialists, that the level of experimentation at this moment makes it even difficult for people very accustomed to looking closely at these things to understand exactly how they were made. And then, of course, there are also museological difficulties that come into play with exhibition contexts in terms of lighting, which, although that is improving.
Oh, that's right, too. The fragility, among other things, right?
You have the issue of duration, as well as lighting conditions, and that, I think, is increasingly overcome with the use of LED lights today in exhibitions, but in permanent collection galleries, it's still an issue because of the prioritization of daylight for paintings. Makes it virtually impossible to permanently include prints among displays.
And I was thinking too, because of your impressively comprehensive presentation of so many different prints exhibited in the independent shows by such a wide array of artists, whereas I, sort of old school, I just sort of stuck to what we have for decades considered to be the primary Impressionist printmakers. I just wonder if we tilt toward, I don't know, do we tilt toward a more capacious, all-embracing enumeration of and attention to the wide range of intaglio prints that were in the independent exhibitions? Should we get out of the habit of only doing what I did, you know, the big three or the big four? And does that make a difference to the values, the qualities, the characteristics that are so striking about these prints? I don't know. I mean, really, to see that inventory that you took of what a wide range of prints appeared, and indeed, it's quite eye-opening to see the huge number of prints that appear in the 1874, the anniversary show that's up now. I don't know. I'm really sort of in a cleft stick about this, about whether we really need to stick to the innovation of Degas, Pissarro, Cassatt, and maybe Bracmond, or whether we should look at the huge range. I mean,
I think it makes it more interesting to look at the broad spectrum. You know, definitely it makes a chronological adjustment if we look at the earlier works by Bracmond, for example, that dry point landscape from 1858, which I think one could describe as an Impressionist print, you know, based on its extreme minimalism of, you know, letting the reserve of the paper and the unfinished look is so prominent, and then also the looking beyond just etching to other media as well. The idea that we might consider lithography,
right.
And then if we look at the full scope of the exhibitions, we even get to wood engraving by 86 with Lucien Pissarro's prints. So I think it does help to mix things up a bit.
Yeah, and the other thing that seems to me to be lurking, you know, is the possibility that, yes, I have to say it, that continuing to use the term Impressionism is throwing everything into a Procrustean bed that we're never going to be able to get out of. When you see the huge array of, you know, possibilities for originality and surprise and multiple technologies and improvisation and rapidity and all that, you know, to keep asking the question about, but do they really, does it qualify to be called Impressionist? You know, that can be a rather, I don't know, this is a metaphor. I can't quite, that one ends up sort of trapping oneself in maybe in a not very productive set of questions.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And that's why I do like this phrase you coined of the printmaking of modern life, because I think it is more capacious. It allows us to consider, I would put someone like Charles Marion in the mix, and
right, and you're the one who introduced, let's see, can we make lithography into the elephant in the room, to use an old American metaphor, that once one start talking about the use of lithography in this corpus, then that changes a lot of our understanding about, those idiosyncratic, recherche, complicated technologies, and also the quality of the mark and so on. Yeah, so.
Well, it goes to your point about authorship too, and it's even more the case with lithography that the printer is essential,
somebody else.
And has to make the chemical interventions on the stone or the zinc, and so
it has to carry the thing around. Yeah. Right.
Although the transfer papers that were increasingly used in this period made that less cumbersome. but still, it's if we're thinking about the more Greenbergian direction of a medium investigating itself, then it's harder for an artist who is not a professional lithographer to do that on one's own.
It's also, I mean, if anyone is or might be or remains interested in the class struggle, have you heard of it? There's also this debate that goes on between and amongst these printmakers about whether or not it's necessary, whether it's either technically or socially or politically necessary to constantly have recourse to artisan worker printers rather than learning to do it yourself, you know? So the way in which there was this, you know, long-lasting division of labor is also something that sits right in the middle of the discussion about this in a way that, of course, is not in the middle of a discussion of whether, you know, modernist painting. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, something that Laurel Garber's work addresses so interestingly. That this debate was very much alive of whether the peintre graveur should also be the printer, and this you know, also comes to you know, evolves into the monotype, which is, I'll make a small correction about the exhibition of Degas' prints, because he did include monotypes.
Yeah, I learned that from you today, because the old literature says he didn't do it until 1880, but obviously he showed monotypes earlier.
In 77 and later. And if we look at Degas' corpus, ultimately the monotypes really dominate in terms of quantity. I think he made some 60-odd etchings, but 400 or so monotypes. Yeah. So that seems to have been his printmaking practice preference, which makes the exhibition question maybe a little less of a concern.
We should ask our the président when you think we should when you think we should stop dialoguing and let our colleague present his paper, and then ask and then present have a chance to hear some questions from the audience.
Yes, c'est très intéressant votre conversation, et je pense qu'on pourra reprendre après avoir entendu.
I think we can probably go back to this discussion after we've listened to Julien Faure-Conarton's presentation about photography, because I think there'll be cross positions or links during the presentation that will arise during the presentation on photography. Let's listen to Julien Faure-Conarton, and then we'll talk about it later with our speakers and with our public, if we still have time to do so after the presentation. Thank you.
Bien, merci beaucoup. Bonjour à toutes et tous.
Good afternoon and hello to everyone. And same as everyone, I would like to members of the Science Committee and the organization team, because they invite, and I would like to thank them for inviting me to take part in this very interesting symposium. And a special word for Ségolène Lemen. It was during a symposium in 2008 at the INS that I started working on the links between pictorialism and Impressionism. And I would like to make the most of this to tell you that the elements I'm going to talk about today are the result of my thesis, my work. That's why we will not refer to authors, as my colleagues have done, my distinguished colleagues may have done. This presentation has as an object to talk about the special moment in photography, pictorialism, and the research on the links between this movement and Impressionism. I designed this presentation as a demonstration through example. I therefore will look at links in order to widen the area or spectrum usually taken into account for pictorialism. And I want to show you that truth is elsewhere, and we just need to find out where this elsewhere is, and we'll see that we'll go very far from Impressionism, because we will even go as far as Mars. That was just to get you interested, so you would stay. Now, regarding the formalized aspect of this and of aesthetics and production, art historians and photography have always linked pictorialism with painting, and also more specifically with Impressionism. And as we'll see, these links based on impressions to not be to have preconceived ideas are nuanced in the light of facts and the true history of pictorialism. And as Paul Perrin was saying so rightly yesterday when he introduced everything, one can question whether the huge popularity and celebrity of Impressionism has not led to prejudice on certain other areas. Le Soleil Levant has become more of an eclipse, I would say. Now let's look at what pictorialism actually means and what the limits and outlines of it are. Let me define very quickly the challenges and the features of it. Now, pictorialism, it's a photographic current born in England in 1890, 50 years after the beginning of photography in 1839. It's the first international movement in the history of photography. It spreads namely in Europe and the United States and beyond. It's a current that claims the artistic potential of photography. Pictorialism means artistic photography. I'll talk about this. And it's a current started and run mainly by amateur photographers who do not live from the trade of photographies and the sale of them. That's an essential element that I won't necessarily talk about today, but this idea of being an amateur photographer is very important. However, I hope that you will be convinced of this following this presentation. Pictorialism is not a movement that drags photography up to the same level as fine arts, or the movement that tries to imitate painting in photography, or a photographic impressionism, or at least not only and even far from it. Let's begin. This is a very representative example of pictorialism in photography. You can see on the left a positive, negative on glass picture as recorded by the camera, and on right this is a draft from the negative that shows the result that was designed by the photographer. This plate was from a system, a bichromated plate, and on the left you have a mechanical recording, on the right an artistic representation. Now, to complete or add to this, to pictorialism, I would like to say that to defend and promote their ideas, pictorialists meet up in societies and clubs, the Club of Photographers in Paris, and they organize an international trade fair for photography at the Photo Club in Paris, designed on the same system as painting salons. The first one is in 1984 and 1995 in Georges Petit Gallery and Durand Ruel, 1895 and 1896. And this is the direct connection that can be drawn with Impressionism. And you can note that there's 1874, the Impressionists in Nadar, 1894, the Pictorialists in Georges Porpis. The pictorialists broadcast their ideas through publishing of several reviews and works, and they are also critiques of their exhibitions there. And we can say this to finish off, and you can see this here, that pictorialism is a retrospective term generalized by historians, but then not used after 1900. They talked about artistic photography or art photography, and they did not say they were pictorialists, but they were artist photographers. Given the circumstances that bring us here together today, we're going to look at French pictorialism that was called at the time the French School of Artistic Photography. However, in order to underline the fact that the question of links between pictorialism and painting concerns all countries, I'm going to show you very quickly a few links taken from the English and American schools. First of all, this first example shows the major example on Whistler on the Anglo-Saxon pictorialists, and I won't develop, but the examples show this for themselves. And then a few examples that show the link between pictorialism in the United States and contemporary painting in the country. Here, Clarence White, who deals with this composition and subject, dealt 3 years before by William Merritt Chase. And my research also drew many links between John White Alexander and the photographies at the Photo Session School, the American School of Artistic School, run by Alfred Stieglitz. Here, Edward Steichen. Here, George Seeley, with several compositions inspired from Alexander, of whom he admired the works in the Boston Museum because he lived in Massachusetts. Finally, apart from these links with references to the ultra-contemporary national ones, and you see this through the dates of the previous works, I would like to bring your attention to other sources of influence, among others, these Japanese etchings, such as London Bridge of Alvin L. Coburn in 1984. Now let's come back to the French situation. To begin with, I cannot not talk about something in pictorialism that is the adopting of the vocabulary of Art Nouveau for all of the editorial productions in the movement, covers of books and reviews and salon leaflets with commemorative medals actually drafted and crafted afterwards. This is in France, but also in other countries in Europe. And this is how the sheet cover of the portfolio of photographic art is a creation of Alphonse Mouchat. Just an example, that's the one you have in the center here. This preliminary remark links us up to the link of pictorialism, French pictorialism, with the fine arts. Let's look at the Robert de Machy, the head of the school in France, with his camarade Constant Robsou, with one of the main theoreticians, which was, of course, very useful. In 1896, de Machy signs the forerunner of the catalogue for the exhibition in Paris in the Champs-Élysées in that year. This preface is a manifesto and finishes with a point of attention that pictorialists remind us of, and says, quote, "We are not going to fight with painting or with etchings or lithography. Therefore, it's no point in squashing us, as was done under the names of Rembrandt, Van Dyck, Rousseau, or Millet. Our aims are much more modest. We're simply trying to show to the public, instead of topographic documents, portraits of actresses or pictures of speed, reproductions of nature, of which interest we hope will only be down to the composition, the lighting, and the tone, and the fair relation of values and personal sentiment that the author will have put in it. We are not claiming the title of artist. The public used to works of art will be able to discern by themselves if we are able to reach that merit and we merit it. We are asking for a patient examination today, impartial criticism, and we are asking you especially to forget the process, to only see the result. Now, as opposed to, rather than doing just the opposite of what de Machy asked, and I'd like to apologize for this, let me show you this parallel, not to squash the last in the name of Rembrandt, but to show you with this example that the former great masters were one of the main sources of inspiration for the French and foreign pictorialists. In this case of de Machy, the 18th century in France was also an important reference, at least for a few years, between 1895 and 1900 approximately, and this is translated by the chosen subjects, women, children, nudes, and the way they're dealt with. De Machy privileged a red pigment to give these pictures a chroma, sort of a red chalk aspect. And let's signal in the same years the frames chosen for these drafts, for these etchings, which refer back to the art of the 18th century. And then there are the contemporaries, as I already showed you, in the Anglo-Saxon countries, and this is where we find the biggest number of direct references or obvious affinities. Let's take, to start with, Charles Chaplin. In 1890, de Machy was then 30, and he works on the workshop in his studio, the poses with these bichromatic photographies. In 1891, these are qualified as Jean Chaplin, showing that the reference was therefore obvious for the public, which today is not absolutely not the case. Just a strong study of de Machy's work reveal his evident admiration for Jules Lefebvre, professor at Académie Julian, a school that our photographer had dreamed of integrating and going to study in when he was young. His father, who was one of the most important bankers at the time, had no doubt put his veto or opposed this project, and de Machy might, in the 1890s, might have gone as a dilettante to the Lefebvre studio, with one of his closest friends being the actual student of it. In 1898, in an article for the British media, de Machy declared, and I quote, "I have the pleasure of being intimate with most of the most celebrated painters in part, and some of them have accepted the unenviable duty of being part of the jury during the the photography show. This shows a revelation and a frustration. De Machy, frustration because de Machy, in some of his articles, or many of his articles, never claimed he had artistic knowledge, and he didn't give any information about who he was actually in touch with and the painters he frequented. My revelations reveals things, though, because it pushes us to look at the members of the jury. It may have seemed obvious, but it wasn't done before us. As was to be expected, the list was essential to better understand the references of the French pictorialists, and that's how we discovered new affinities. And I'm going to go through this quickly before we move on to Impressionism and look at them one by one. First of all, Jérôme, by far the most famous painter in the list you've seen, who was president of the jury until his death in 1904. Guillaume Dubuff, who signed the catalogue cover sheet of the first edition of the photography salon in Paris in 1914, and then the next one in 1895. And then François Flamaing, whose wife was member of the Photo Club of Paris at the exhibitions, during which the exhibitions she exhibited, and a portrait of her husband and one of Jérôme in 1903. Fernand Lecouchirard, who is known for his Breton scenes, a region that was dear to de Machy, who made lots of pictures there. And I would also like to mention that Robert de Machy had a painting painted by the painter, Lecouchirard. René de Saint-Marceau, sculptor, of which the works have very interesting areas of commonality with de Machy. It's not what I'm showing you here, but namely the First Communion, which is very close to the Communion painting of de Machy you just saw, and which is a marble sculpture that René de Saint-Marceau had exhibited at the 1893 exhibition. Then we have Édouard José Grancher, one of the close friends of de Machy, and I have the proof of this, whose links with the Photo Club of Paris were in great numbers, and we owe them, among others, the cover of the catalogue of 1895. He also painted a portrait of the wife of de Machy that he exhibited at the Salon in 1896. This is a proof of the close links uniting the photography to pictorialism. Rocher de Granger was influenced by the latter. As we can see, The Sleep War in 1897, the subject is taken from studies on artificial light carried out by Constant Puot, and then Robert de Machy from 1894, and they're exposed at the Photo Club in Paris in 1895, 96, and 1997. And I'd like to tell you also that Rossi Granchi would also then move on to other works of art of a woman under a lamp as well in her interior, in the inside of her house. Just to close this comment linked to the direct references of de Machy and the friendships, we can also identify these artistic links through portraits taken of his studio neighbors at La Villa des Arts in the 18th, because Robert de Machy had rented a painter studio during his career as a pictorial photographer. He was very close to Léon L'Hermite, whose son Charles was part of the pictorialist movement from 1910, and Charles L'Hermite was a student of de Machy, actually. Now, what is the situation about the links between French pictorialism and Impressionism? In his essay on photography as an art, published originally in 1897, the critic Robert de la Ciserane said that artist photographers have, I quote, found the audaciousness of the artists and the desire for a whole that lacks in Impressionism. He says that the Impressionist butterfly behavior is prescribed, and you can see that it's based on what you have up here on the screen. Now, why are we so tempted to link the pictorialism to Impressionism? Is it relevant? Well, I've confronted this effet de neige by de Machy with Les Magpie by de Monet, because the magpie, shows very many differences and similarities and differences. Yes, de Merchy is interested in the same light effects, the shadows on the snow, but could one imagine something more different in terms of effect and color and impression as a whole from one to the other? And we'll see in reality whether there is a link with Impressionism or whether it's in the etchings that we can find this. And so we can link the La Foule du Bal du Moulin de la Galette, with the Bal du Moulin de la Galette by Renoir, but you could also look at this picture or this photography and link it to La Danse du Pompon by Severini, and mentioned in the same year in Photo Magazine by an editorialist or an editorialist of the magazine. In de Merchy's work, the most famous link with Impressionism is the series of dancers in the backstage compared with Degas, and it's the only time when the critics of the day compare them to Impressionists. However, despite, as opposed to the illustrious painter, de Merchy is not taking his interest in the movement of the bodies, and they're not really dancers, but they're models, these. In fact, the dancers were very much in vogue in painters in the 1900s, and the numerous creations of de Merchy on this topic hark back to Georges Clérin or Jean-Louis Forain, among others. Another example here with this wonderful projet d'affiche with the topic showing Degas, or evoking Degas, and the composition Toulouse-Lautrec, obviously. But we could also link it to works such as one by Edgar Maxence or Amélie Bory-Sorel, who was at the Académie Julian as well, in fact. And then we have a last example with this sort of ghostly view of Rouen, very legitimate, can be compared to this painting by Charles Fréchon, who was the brother of Émile Fréchon, the photographer, who had a link with the Photo Club de Paris, and this view of Rouen by de Merchy, which could be linked also to this wonderful Friedrich, even more legitimate, actually, when you know the recurrent homage paid by Friedrich to de Merchy. And in fact, the only reference that's direct, that's developed and agreed in Impressionism in de Merchy's writings is in this work, Process of Art in Photography, co-written with Constant Pure, published in 1906. The eaux-fortes, also the etchings by Pissarro, are quoted as an example of what is the interpretation with the subject of the chapter within which this paragraph is, and I quote, is written. Compare the wonderful etchings of Pissarro, Rue des Arcans, Épicerie, La Rue à la Rouen, with the documentary photographies of the same place that we have all taken. Look at the exaggeration that's desired in contrast, and their shops and their headings hidden in the shadows, and only the facade is simplified, and you can only see the lights, and this is you can only see the decorative lines that are accentuated and sacrifice all of the detail, and this is what this artist has chosen to do in his composition. The motive is identical to what we have photographed, but Pissarro has interpreted it, and in fact you do understand this link and this closeness when you look at the different views of Rouen carried out and photographed by de Merchy, who was also very much linked to Normandy. However, and here again, it's very interesting to note that de Merchy's creations are actually much more linked to Maxime Lalanne, the etcher or the engraver, who has more contemporary references than Pissarro. The industrial views that de Merchy liked in 1860, before the birth of Pictorialism, of course, irresistibly lead us back to the Impressionists. The smoke of the factories is something that he privileged, which was something we talked about yesterday and we were reminded of. However, the truth is once again elsewhere here, since de Merchy himself linked several of his industrial landscape not to Impressionism but to fantastic or fantasy literature, and he talks about a view of the crane on the Quai du Havre. He calls it the Martians, les Martiens. As a conclusion, I would say this. I'll give you two very revealing examples, very different. They're among the most direct relations that you can establish between Pictorialism and Impressionism. The first is the famous collection of the baritone Jean-Baptiste Faure, who owned over 67 Monets, 67 Manets, 63 Monets, 58 Sislets, 37 Pissarros, and 16 Degas artworks. Among them, we have works of art the dance class, les coquelicots, the poppies, Monet, and the filles from the lunch on the grass, déjeuner sur l'herbe de Manet. However, Jean-Baptiste Faure had a son, Maurice Faure, born in 1862, dead in 1915, who was a painter. And his research showed us that he was one of the closest friends of de Machy throughout his life. And you can see here a double portrait, Maurice Faure, photographed by Robert de Machy, and very rare, a painting representing a photographer at work. And this is Robert de Machy, who is revealing one of his photographies in his workshop. And it's very rare to actually see one of these representations. It's a monograph, and it's especially in big format because it's probably a wet pastel of about 1 meter in height. In the 1890s, Maurice Faure was living at home with his parents, 52 bis Boulevard Haussmann, which means that Robert de Machy had direct access and privileged access to one of the biggest Impressionist collections of the time. He could, at leisure, if he wished, draw inspiration from these works of art. Among these works of art, we had the Plein d'Argenteuil, that remained in the Faure collection from 1874 to 1906, before joining the collection of another major collector, Antonin Personnat, who collected Impressionist paintings and works of art. And this leads us to our second and last example. Antonin Personnat was an amateur, passionate photographer, very involved in the Paris photography scene. He prepared for the Salon of Photography of 1902 and 1904 and exhibited in 1903 a painting of Pissarro that you have here. He was very close to Pissarro, and he also exhibited at the Photo Club of Paris exhibition the same painting of these haystacks. But Personnat is also, above all, known today for the remarkable use that he made of the autochrome plate. It's the first color commercialized by the Fer Lumière in 1907, first color photography. This access to color enables him to dedicate his production to the photographs of light and atmosphere in the same line as Impressionists, going back all as far as recreating, as here, works from his personal collection with the autochrome process. You could say that the case of Personnat, unique in its respect, is an example of the links linking pictorialism with Impressionism, and the powerful counterexample of the sources of pictorialist inspiration. These are mainly out of Impressionism, out of the center of Impressionism. And back to Robert de Machy, let's say what a critic said about him in 1906. What differentiates Mr. de Machy among all of the photograph artists is that he sees, quote unquote, he sees it as painting. But what painting? Well, that's the question that I wanted to answer today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our speakers. Now, before we leave the floor for questions, I'm sure there are some. Once again, I would like to, first of all, before we do that, I would like to thank you for these presentations that were very interesting. I found it very interesting, this two-tempo this presentation. Both of you talked about experiments carried out by modern artists with an old medium, engraving or etching on wood and on copper. That's mostly something that happened in the Renaissance period, and then just after, these are forms of art or media that moved into the academy in the 17th century, and they were recognized by the Edict of Saint-Jean-de-Luz. And we also have the example of the reinterpretation of an artist that uses a very modern technique, the technique that is also a revolution in the 19th century. That's photography, and this also is in the era of very modern source of interest. Guillaume Dubuffet, Léon Lermite, and Lefebvre, for example, were not recognized, and it's a shame, actually, because we don't actually know them that well today, because they were rejected in the historiography. They were undervalued, let's say. And it's interesting because it reminds us that no technique is modern in itself, and neither is any subject of art. And it's always good to remind us of this, and it's good because it shows us that there is this impressionist bias, and there's this requirement to widen the focus. And that was why it was very interesting to hear about photographers today. And I really enjoyed and liked the terminology that you used, Hollis, today, by being in this angle of reintegration rather than parceling, which I think corresponds very well to your approaches, all three of you actually, in terms of history, culture, and social intermedium. We've not talked about types of objects that you really are very interested in, what is linked to popular imagery. But I think that your three presentations encourage us to really link up all of these different mediums and all of these different images without creating a hierarchy between these different representations. So I have some questions, but I will leave the floor now to the people in the audience. We'll answer questions during 5 to 10 minutes, unless you have any comments to make, maybe.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask about prints in the Impressionist exhibitions, but I wonder if we know how buyers approached them. Were they for sale? Did any buyers buy prints from the Impressionist exhibitions? Could they buy alternative impressions? But especially, I wonder if collectors framed and displayed them in new ways. Impressionist paintings were a new kind of painting. Impressionist prints were also a new kind of printmaking. So rather than, I don't know, albums or traditional frames, I wonder if we know anything about how people were framing and displaying prints, buying them and then framing. Thank you.
I can say something short and then defer to you. A very short statement from me, and then I would, of course, defer to Ashley, who knows about this. You know, I'm old school. I do production. I don't do reception. But one of the things that we've learned, thanks to a number of interventions by print experts over the last decade or so, is that never mind the actual quality and the actual aesthetic of the print. You know, it was very, very rare for prints to be framed and hung. They were in dossier, they were in albums. That's the way they were preserved, that's the way they were observed. They would be shown to friends by flipping through albums and so forth. So the whole question about framing, I think, is not germane to this particular moment. But Ashley can talk about collecting.
Well, thank you for that question. It's a good one, and I don't have a good answer for you about the commercial side, whether the prints shown in the Impressionist exhibitions found buyers from their display there. But in terms of the question of framing, it's interesting to see specified in the catalogs these groups that were framed together.
Yes, that's right.
And it's, in terms of kind of competing with other media, it would have made quite an impact, I think, if we imagine the prints by Bracmont that are all, hung singly in a row, to have been en masse, 8 in one frame, actually would have given them some, heft on the wall. And so that's, sorry?
For Whistler, I suppose it was important, as we saw before, for
right.
how they were framed.
That was interesting, very interesting to learn this morning, yes.
I suppose buyers bought it framed for a case like Whistler.
Very possible.
Another issue.
Thank you all for the talks in the panel. I just want to add something sort of going in the same direction of Ashley and Holly's interventions. Go back to the comment about painting and print, and where you said, Ashley said, well, yes, color is important to Impressionism. And if we end on that note, though, the ground is ceded to painting. And of course, David's paintings have color, but he's not an Impressionist, right? So there's a question of principles, maybe rather than obdurate medium, that counts the most. That would have to do with ephemerality, unfixedness, and the rest that maybe would help us see a lot more things broadly and incisively and not fall back on the media hierarchies. Any thoughts?
Just a very small response. Todd, thank you very much for that. Are you then, might I conclude that you are proposing that it's high time that we sort of not remove, but somehow diminished the criterion of color from the sort of the register of evaluative criteria? So you're saying that you don't need to be using diverse colors in order to actually be completely on top of incompletion, spontaneity, unfinished, and so forth? Yeah, so Ashley?
I agree with you, Todd. Yes, I mean, I think the point is that one can look at the iconography, the composition in a similar way with a print and a painting, but really to ask what it is that prints contribute to Impressionism that we don't see perhaps in painting is really this question of multiplicity, of states, of inking, of a temporality that is ephemeral and diffuse and in a way that is different from painting.
Maybe we should use modernism instead of Impressionism. That's a topic for another. That's another week. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, thank you all. I'm here. I have a question for Mrs. Clayson, please. So you talked about Mary Cassatt and her etching printed by Leroy, Mr. Leroy. So I'm a specialist of Louis Leroy, who is also an etcher, as well as famous for his article. I was wondering if you knew who Mr. Leroy was, when was the etching done, and all that jazz, please.
Well, thank you for your question. As it turns out, the piece that I showed on which there was the double notation of authorship was an aquatint dry point. I mean, it's a color aquatint with dry point. Is actually the linearity is dry pointed. So, I mean, that doesn't mean it doesn't have a printer, but I mean, it just happened not to be Intaglio because that's what it's a long story why that ended up being the go-to technology as of about 1890. But yes, those who really know about Cassatt's practice know a great deal about that printer. And in fact, Ashley can answer your question better than I can, but just to make the case that it's a color aquatint and dry point for what it's worth yet.
You asked about the date, and so those are from 1894? No, later.
Anyway, yeah, after 1890.
But there is a very exciting Cassatt exhibition that has just opened yesterday in Philadelphia that will have a wonderful catalog that we mentioned Laurel Garber, who will undoubtedly address that topic.
Oui. Merci beaucoup pour ces trois communications qui, je pense, se relient les unes aux autres. C'était vraiment très.
To one another, it was fascinating.
Je voulais introduire une question.
Have a question.
Joint un peu les deux parties.
And that is linked to both the topics. It's the catalog that are illustrated with etching, and Chardon was also the printer of the Gazette des Beaux-Arts, so there's also that question of developing a way of interpreting the Impressionist painting through the use of prints and etching, but it's not the medium of etching of Impressionists, but they play with it. So I think that it's an interesting topic that might, it's more of a comment that I'm making actually. And I think it's worth taking this into account. And the other point I wanted to remind you of is that with the selling of etching, there was the Martinet exhibition in 1863 as well. So these galleries presented both the print and the painting. So it was a bit of the opposite of what took place in 1874. And the last point regarding exhibitions, Philippe Berthier is the critic of prints in the Gazette des Beaux-Arts, but the print rooms were desertic. There was no one there. And he was talking about these mourning hangings in these rooms, and he said that the print frames that are presented in the Impressionist exhibition are really a way of a very new and different way to present prints, and that changes a bit what Hollis was saying. The print artists, we can see all of the different steps in the relation to painting. So there's something really new in this, in these museums. So this might be the question. The part played by the reproduction of these etchings. Sorry, it was a long comment, but I was really inspired by all your presentations. Thank you, Ségolène. It's very interesting and it's very important. We have a question by Marie. Oh, I had an answer. Does that work? Okay. I just wanted to add something because I've had to make choices when choosing what I was going to tell you about. I did not talk about the use, the very important use of helio prints to communicate about their pictorialist pictures and its photography and art, which was published in 1879. We can see that there are heliogravures and that are also displayed at Jardin. So they're interested in prints and in reproductions of very high quality with beautiful heliogravures. So I just wanted to add this, but thank you, Ségolène.
No, I wanted to circle back to the comment that Todd made, the question that Holly sort of jumped into, and just the kind of the main takeaway, I think, of the exhibition project that we have done, Paris 1874, and that the research team struggled with these last years, which is certainly further compelled by your presentations, all three of you, which is the degree to which Impressionism, and I thought we could throw it open to this brain trust of people in this room, is just not really working for us as a term. It is very clearly, and from its beginning, it's a market-driven term. I mean, from Durand-Ruel's involvement with the movement, it's market-driven now in terms of exhibitions, acquisitions, the way that museums organize their work, the kinds of dealers that we deal with. In terms of public attention, I mean, if you can just get Impressionism into the title of your exhibition, you will have attendance. But it is not working for art historians. So I thought, yeah, maybe we can come up with something else. Can we do that? I mean, it's eclipse is the rather violent term that Julien used. I mean, it's really problematic. So what are we going to do all together? What can we do? Félicie.
Oh no. On va réfléchir sans arrêt.
Constantly.
Gilbert has an answer. Yes. Yes.
Pour introduire un tout petit peu plus de complications, il y a tout de même eu un absent.
Just to make things a little bit more complicated, you didn't talk about Monet in any of your presentations, whereas
mis très en avant par Michel Melot, par exemple.
Michel Melot really gave him a lot of light, and this is where we hear a lot about photography. And there's someone else that you didn't mention, something else, which is the reproduction or interpretation print. And both Monet and Degas have used printers to reproduce their work. So I think that it makes the situation even more complicated, but it also allows to create a link between prints and their overall environment at the time, and not an individual practice of each of the artists. Thank you. There's always a problem with the word gravure in French, because as you well know,
labels in museums, that things get translated as engraving when it should just be print or plutôt etching. So yes, so that's another terminological problem for this whole area of study. Yeah.
I just wanted to come back to the colour and black and white issue, because Whistler did say that he was doing black and white etchings, lithographs, that he intended to evoke colour. And the black and white is a way to create the sensation of colour in the viewer's mind. And I would suggest on this issue of the naming of Impressionism that we perhaps have to recognise the blurring of boundaries going on there between Impressionism and symbolism. And I do think colour and black and white are actually one and the same thing in the minds of some of these late 19th century people taking photographs or making black and white works. So I'm being a bit contradictory here, but I do think colour is actually at the centre of the black and white medium, because it's trying to be something that will be, you know, multicoloured in the mind of the viewer. So.
Merci, Claire.
Well, you're right, Claire, that there is in much of the writing about prints that, you know, even preceding this period, a discussion of color as an element, even in black and white prints. But the extent to which that is meant to translate into sort of an optical color for the viewer, I'm less sure.
To respond somewhat frivolously, when you suddenly used the word blur, I thought, yes, you're about to propose an alternative to Impressionism, that we should henceforth speak of arts of the blur, but that's not really what you were proposing. All right.
Alors, oui. Bravo pour ces interventions. J'ai pas une question pour le pictorialisme.
These presentations, I was fascinated by your presentation on pictorialism. I don't have a question. I was not looking at pictures, I was looking at prints.
Je reprends en fait la première question. J'étais un peu devancée sur les collectionneurs.
I would like to get back to the first questions regarding the collectioners' prints. This morning, we saw that when Monet prints a series of cathedrals or haystacks, he doesn't sell them all at once, because it's a bit like what he does with the cathedral. It's a bit like what artists do with a print, with the first state, second state, third state, which is a different state in an original one, up until there's no more ink on his plate. So I'm no expert, but I know that Pissarro did not sell his prints, but he did this as an experiment because he wanted to try all different techniques. But are there collectioners that print collectioners that try to get all of the different states of a same print, or do they only buy one state and not the others? Do they only buy the first one, or are there others that are interested in the entire process of the same press? I don't know if I'm making myself clear.
Well, Exactly at this moment, Philippe Berti, coins the term "la belle épreuve," and so for amateur and collectors of this period, they sought often early impressions. There was an idea that the earlier a print was taken from the plate, it was somehow a better quality. And certainly you do find collectors who have multiple states, and that is something that is very much of interest, that sort of activity of comparing different states. Yes?
René Daton, qui était un grand collectionneur de peintures impressionnistes et d'autres peintures.
René Daton, who was a collector of Impressionist paintings, also collected prints, and he made a donation to the Musée d'Orsay and to the National Library. And he also gave Delacroix paintings, and not only Impressionist paintings, and he was looking to have different states, indeed, such as for La Belle Épreuve, where you have the first states, which are the ones that are pressed when the plate hasn't been damaged by the press yet. One more thing regarding this. In 1897, Bracmont wrote a document on states, and he says we should first collect the first state and the last state. He says what should be collected. And then there's the case, you've shown the Avry font that was thoroughly studied, but there are many different states that are part of this fund. And now we have reason catalogs where we name all of the different states, and this is precisely done so that collectors can choose the states that they want, find several ones, and so on. But the research is still underway for collectors. As you say, we don't really know for these works. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your fascinating presentations. We're going to close this session because there's another one coming up on material. So we're going to take a short break, a 10-minute break, and we will resume at 4:30. Thank you very much.
Là, ça marche, là? C'est bon? OK. So good afternoon. I'm Anne Robbins. I'm curator of paintings here at Musée d'Orsay. And just a word to say that we will be holding this session in English, even though none of us here are actually native. So bear with us. So maybe a word of introduction to this second part of the afternoon. So exactly 10 years ago, in 2014, the Musée d'Orsay was holding its first ever symposium on the subject of conservation, entitled Conserver, Protéger, Restaurer. And this event highlighted and presented important conservation projects which had been recently accomplished on works from the collection, or projects about to be launched, such as the major treatment of Courbet's Atelier du Peintre of 1854-55, which of course has since long been completed. So now, a whole decade later in 2024, we could actually hold a similar event with hardly any changes to the structure of its program. Because again, we could emphasize significant conservation projects recently completed on the collection and announce the forthcoming conservation of our other monumental Courbet landmark, namely an enterrement à Ornans of 1849 and 50, which has been a project which has been publicly announced last month and which will start later this year thanks to the funding of Bank of America. So the Musée d'Orsay's daily activities, as is the case, of course, in other museums, do generate a constant flow of conservation activities, of course, aiming to ensure the preservation of its collection, and activities which all confront us on a daily basis with the materiality of the artworks in its care. So technical examinations and scientific analysis undertaken by conservators or by scientists as part of our conservation or research project. And here we are working with scientists from C2RMF, the Centre d'études et de recherche des Musées de France, whose expertise we rely on. So these projects very much illuminate, deepen, and sharpen our understanding of these artworks in crucial ways. They shed light on the process and content of their making. And then talking of Impressionist works, given the striking materiality of the Impressionist medium, this provides vital clues, especially when interlaced with the study of documentary sources of all kinds. So the two communications that will follow focus on artists' materials. And they are both research projects which both involved the examination, for instance, of colormen and manufacturers' archives. We'll go next to Dr. Fabienne Ruppen with a paper on Cézanne's choice and use of paper and what it entails in terms of an improved knowledge of his drawings based on scientific analysis of his materials. But to start with, we will propose a presentation on zinc white, arguably the hitherto least known of all white pigments, the properties and use of which, including in Impressionist paintings, have very recently been examined as part of a PhD recently completed by Dr. Nicoletta Palladino. So Dr. Nicoletta Palladino first studies materials engineering in Italy and in Sweden, and has really literally just completed a PhD at Université Paris Nanterre and at the C2RMF, the Centre de Recherche et de Restauration des Musées de France, and her thesis concerns the physico-chemical characterization of zinc white. Then Dr. Johanna Salvan is conservation scientist at C2RMF within the painting group. And she holds a PhD in physical chemistry from the C2RMF on the subject of Van Gogh's painting materials with a focus on white paints. And I'm going to join them for this talk, which takes the form of a dialogue. So first of all, I should say that the Musée d'Orsay has been following, really accompanying this project on zinc white for several years now, with our former colleague Emmanuel Coquery, who was previously here Associate Deputy Director of Collections at Musée d'Orsay, and he's now Director of Cultural Programs and of the museum at the BNF, at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. And he had initiated this collaboration, and that the Musée d'Orsay was delighted to have facilitated aspects of Dr. Palladino's research by allowing XRF examination, so XRF X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, to be performed on no less than 49 paintings from the Musée d'Orsay's collection back in 2022. This in view of detecting and analyzing the presence of zinc white in that selection of works from our collection. And it's an operation that took place here in situ, in our galleries, both in our galleries and in storage, and also at C2RMF itself, where we had two important early Impressionist works from the collection were sampled and analyzed last year as part of your project, Nicoletta. So before we launch into the subject, maybe I could start by asking the most naive question. What was the trigger for this project and for your interest in zinc white? Why study zinc white? Why should we be interested?
Yeah, so, of course. So first of all, whites have a key role in painting. So they are used as white as is. They can be used in color mixes. They are used in grounds. And zinc white is particular because it was developed in a specific time frame. So from we know that it was developed and used really from the second half of the 19th century until the second half of the 20th century, more or less. And it has some specific properties such as a lower covering power, translucency that make it prone to be used to be mixed with colors and to provide more luminosity, such as we can admire in this painting by Croyer. And it is also a pigment that dries more slower compared to lead white, for example. And it is also a pigment that is very reactive, so it can provoke some condition issues in paintings. So all of these reasons make it interesting to know better the pigment, to then go and also provide more insights on the conservation of artworks based on the knowledge on the materiality of the pigment by itself. So from this, my PhD project started in 2020, and it was the first systematic research on zinc white as is, so based on the physiochemical properties of the pigment and its variability, and also on the extent of use of the pigment in artworks, and also the modality of use in different artists in the whole time frame of use of zinc white. The corpus of analysis consisted in a corpus of artist materials, of zinc white artist materials, so such as ancient paint tubes or pigment powders, but also a corpus of artworks, as Anne was mentioning earlier. And we used as a methodology analytical techniques that we commonly use in heritage science, but also methodologies that we developed ad hoc for the project. And I also just wanted to mention that we also try to develop proposed a protocol for the non-invasive identification of zinc white, and we will see later on why it is so important to say that now. And okay. I don't know if I get
a technical issue here, or maybe
you can go to the next
right direction,
slide.
Okay, so maybe even without an image,
okay.
Yes, just to recap, maybe what might be useful is for you to give us an overview of the main white pigments that were in use, developed in the history of oil paint?
Yeah. So since the antiquity, it was lead white, the white par excellence in paintings. But since it had the problem of being toxic, at the end of the 18th centuries, in France, some researchers starting to look for alternatives to lead white, and two chemists proposed the use of zinc oxide, which is the chemical compound that composes zinc white, as a pigment. However, it is only in 1834, so after 50 years or more, that the pigment is first commercialized. At first for watercolors, it was called the Chinese white, and was commercialized in the UK by Winsor & Newton. And it is only at the half of the 19th century that the pigment starts to be used in oil paint, because always in France, an inventor, Leclerc, developed a method for the large-scale production of zinc white, and was also able to find a dryer specific for a specific use in oil paint that allowed the use of the pigment in oil. The pigment zinc white can still be found today, it's still commercialized, and it is used also in combination with titanium white, which is the third main white pigment and the most common nowadays. This pigment, in fact, was developed in the 1920s, and it really starting to take the place, the scene in the 1960s, 1970s, with the rise of acrylics, since it was interacting better compared to zinc white. So zinc white slowly declined. The use of zinc white slowly declined also for this reason. But so now maybe we should also go back to the focus of this conference. So I wanted to ask Anne instead, which is why are whites so important among Impressionists?
Well, so of course, one of the specificities of the Impressionist palette is its characteristic, its striking brightness and its extensive use of whites. As you can see here, whether to describe cloth, fashion, linen in paintings of interiors, of modern life and leisure, or in landscape to achieve effects of passing clouds, of snow, or of foam. As you can see here in this selection of paintings from our own collection, some of which have been closely studied and researched as part of recent conservation projects, for instance, the Degas Portrait de Famille and Monet's Femmes de Jardin, which have been conserved in the past 3 or 4 years here, major projects that involved C2RMF. And when it comes to the use of white paint, it's a well-established fact that the pigment most widely used in Impressionist paintings was actually lead white, which had long been around, in fact, since antiquity, so it was hardly new at all. Even though the Impressionists had, on the other hand, this very intense interest in new pigments and in the unprecedented diversity that it could bring to their palette. So when it comes to whites, that's something we wanted to look into. But maybe, Joanna, maybe if you wanted to tell us more about all these technological advances and the context in which this was happening in the 19th century.
So just to give an overview of the main technological improvement in the 19th century, one very important one are the progress in chemistry, in the chemical industry, that lead to the development of a lot of new pigments, such as zinc white, but also a lot of other colors, such as emerald green, artificial ultramarine, cadmium yellow. So we have then a lot of very bright colors that are available for artists. Another very important aspect is the development of paint tubes from 1840. So the artists don't have to anymore to prepare their own colors, and so it really gives new opportunities to artists to paint outside, far from the studio. So it's also a very important element. And the consequence from this development is also then the central role of colormen in paint supply. So the colorman design the paint formulation and then sells them. And so he has this central role. So just as a reminder, paint tube formulation is made basically from a powder pigment, the main color that is a label on the tube. And then it's ground in a binder, for example, oil. And then the colorman can add a lot of different additives to improve the properties, to ensure the stability of the paint tubes, and also to reduce cost, for example. So I think now it would be interesting, Nicoletta, if you can give us some information in terms of material more specific for the zinc white.
Yeah, sure. So as I was mentioning at the beginning of the presentation, we had the chance to analyze a huge corpus of artist materials. So for example, here you can see some samples from the Vieille Montagne, which was one of the main producers of zinc oxide in Europe. And from this research, we learned actually that the pigment powders that were used to produce zinc white were very pure. And when we go to tubes, paint tubes, we observed that also in this case, a lot of tubes were just composed of zinc white by itself, but there was another part of tubes that, as Joanna was mentioning before, contained some additives such as calcium carbonate, barium sulfate that were added up to reduce the cost or to modify the properties. Moreover, we also detected a couple of cases of adulteration. So in painting treatises, a lot of people were complaining about the fact that this zinc white was actually not zinc white by itself, and we actually indeed found some tubes that were whose chemical composition was not zinc oxide. And moreover, we also have to remark the fact that zinc white by itself was also a component of other paint tube formulations, such as colored formulations, for example, in some yellows and some greens, and that there are also other pigments that also contain zinc, which is the main inorganic part that composes zinc white, zinc oxide, and that other zinc-based products can be found in artworks such as fungicides and dryers. Why is it so important? Because when we observe zinc in artworks, we have to be very careful, because the source of zinc could be not only zinc white, but all of these elements together. So you can see that it can be quite tricky and complex to interpret this presence of zinc.
Okay, so maybe now you could tell us about the when it first appears on artist palette, about the time frame of its use and when it stops being used.
Yeah, sure. As I was mentioning at the beginning, the real time frame is from the half of the 19th century until the half of the 20th century. But during my project, we also found an early use in an English miniature from the collections of the Victor and Albert Museum. And at the laboratory, at the Centre de Recherche et Restauration des Musée de France, some colleagues had the chance to analyze L'Homme Blessé by Courbet, and they found zinc white that was used to actually retouch the skirt of the artist, covering the face of his wife when he retouched the painting when they separated. And moreover, it is also known that pre-Raphaelites used the zinc white for their grounds, so to prepare before applying their paint layers, in order to provide more luminosity, even locally, so in just some specific locations. It is, however, from the Impressionists and the post-Impressionists especially, that zinc white really starts to be found in artworks and also in some 20th century artworks. I will focus now maybe more on a couple of examples of the Impressionist use, but first of all, so I will present a bit the artworks, the corpus of analysis that we had in my work. So we analyzed around 80 artworks, and 49 of these were from the collections of the museum of the Musée d'Orsay, and almost half of these were Impressionist artworks. We analyzed the artworks in the museum with the X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, which is a complex name to say indicate a technique that allows us to know which elements are present in the artworks, and this gives us a preliminary idea of the pigments that could be present. A preliminary idea because we don't know, for example, if the elements are coming from top or deeper layers, and also because we don't know how these elements are linked to one another. So zinc could be, for example, coming from zinc oxide, but also some other pigments. And as you can see, from the data overview, we tried to respect a bit the whole time frame of use of zinc white, and since we work in France, we had the majority of artworks coming from France, with also some representations from other countries in the world.
Yes, maybe we could focus on the Impressionist and other interesting case studies among not just the Impressionists and their contemporaries.
Yeah, exactly. So, as you can see, we analyzed these almost 50 artworks here at the Musée d'Orsay, and we divided the results in 3 categories. So, in some artworks, we did not find any zinc at all, so no zinc white. In some other artworks, we found just some traces of zinc, which thus could be related to other zinc-based compounds, so not just zinc white. And in some other artworks, we did detect zinc, but it is important to remark also that only in a minority of them we were able to really be sure, or almost quite sure, of the presence of zinc white, because we found it in really in an abundant, intense way, and especially in white areas. So, because for each painting we tried to analyze around 10 to 20 spots to have an idea of the presence of this pigment both in whites and in colored areas. And so in just a few cases we were quite sure of the presence of zinc white. It is important to remark that more analysis would be required to actually be sure of the presence of the pigment, and especially invasive analysis with sampling in order to recognize the connection of zinc to other elements that could be related to zinc white or other pigments. And if we focus a bit more on the Impressionist paintings, here you can see we listed we included also Monet, Fontaine, Latour, just for a comprehensive overview of the artists that we analyzed here at the museum. So these are the artworks, the artists that were most represented in the corpus of studied. And we actually detected zinc in most of them, and sometimes also specifically for some specific effects, as you can see here in these transparency effects of the white in the glass of this Nature Morte by Monet. And if we go even further among contemporary of the Impressionists, we found a specific trends among artists from Nordic countries, more in general, in a more general way, so not just Scandinavia, but also Russia, for example. And actually in 6 out of 7 Nordic artworks, we detected zinc, and in half of them it was present in a quite abundant way, and also for specific reasons. As you can see here, the artists in this artwork by Maximov used lead white to provide this brighter white coming from the light from the window, while used the zinc white more for these off-whites of the table and other details of the painting.
Yes, and this, of course, we find very interesting, given the widespread use of white in Nordic and Scandinavian painting. And so, yes, you say that in this work by Maximov, zinc white was identified in the tablecloth, and which, in the case of Russia seems to make sense, as Russia had its own production, you said, of zinc oxide, which may in fact account for its presence here. And if we look at the next slide, you see likewise in the case of Monet. So Monet was very much all his life committed to lead white, but it's significant that the greatest amount of zinc you have identified was on this particular work by painting by Monet, a view of Zaandam, which is again no doubt linked to the site of its making, namely Holland, where the artist stopped from at the beginning of June of 1871 on his way back from London, where he had taken refuge from the Franco-Prussian War, and where he might have found these pigments more readily available, i.e. The greater presence of zinc white here has to be related to the geography of Monet's travels.
Yeah, it could be an interesting hypothesis to be confirmed, but it is true that among the Monets that we analyzed, in this painting we found zinc, for example, more abundantly in a green area, and then also we detected it in some whites and in some colors. So it will be really interesting to go further with this hypothesis. But now if we go a bit on over time, it is only among the post-impressionists that really the use of zinc white is really a knowledge and knows a rise. And maybe Jonah, you can provide us a bit more light on this use of zinc white among post-impressionists.
We are going now to give a couple of examples among the post-impressionists about the detection of zinc and the relation to the detection of to be interpreted as zinc white, because it's kind of cas d'école, easy that will help put light on then the last detailed case study we'll have, that is on the Impressionist artist Pissarro, that we will do at the end. So here, the first example is we show is Vincent van Gogh, which is well known to have used some zinc white that we know from analysis, but also, of course, from his letters where he mentioned zinc white and lead white. So in this example, we detected using XRF analysis that are non-invasive that we mentioned before. We detected abundant amount of zinc that could be really easily related to the use of zinc white. In terms of sample, you can see here on the right example of a cross-section of sample and then prepare the cross-section that has been taken from the blue train. And you see below the image under UV light, and you can see here you have a very specific blue bright luminescence of the zinc white particles that you see here under UV light. So, yeah, the second example we have here is just to, it's an example where we have both zinc white and lead white that Van Gogh very frequently used together. And we put also this example to show one of the example of use of advantage of zinc white that we highlighted during my PhD is about the rheological properties that we study to compare the texture of zinc white paint and lead white paint to understand a little better why Van Gogh was using simultaneously the two whites. And one of the reasons we identify is that we can do better in pastel with zinc whites, and this is why we wanted to show this picture to show an example of the use. Then maybe you can give me the. Yeah. Then the second example we would like to show is about this Le Cheval Blanc de Paul Gauguin that we had the opportunity to study during a restoration intervention. Here again, we have also an interesting use of zinc white together with lead white. So in fact, the main white pigment in the pictorial layer is lead white. So in the white horse mixed with other colors, but also in all the other colors, we have lead white. While zinc white is used in the artisanal ground as a second layer. And interestingly, we have also an intermediate white layer that is based on zinc white that has been used between the colored layer. So it was very interesting to see that. We don't really know what was exactly the role, but we could see it was applied with a palette knife, and we think it might be related to giving some texture, for example, to the grass. So here again, we have some importance of the consistency of the zinc white paint. So in this different example, taken in the post-impressionist of Paul Gauguin and Vincent van Gogh, what we wanted to show you is that, in fact, the detection of zinc was very abundant, and it was very easy to connect it to the use of zinc white. We are going to see now that it's a bit different in most of the Impressionist paintings that we studied during this zinc white project. So we are going to detail this example of Diligence à l'Ouvenciel from Camille Pissarro that we had the opportunity to study at the CEDRMF lab.
Yes, so indeed this small painting by Pissarro was also studied as part of this project, so a painting which entered the National Collection as part of the Monet-Latong's gift to the nation in 1906, painted in early 1870 at Louveciennes, where Pissarro had settled 2 years earlier, and that he will leave in August when he's going to flee the Prussian invasion. So here is a road to Versailles. And it was actually the route of the stagecoach, so the diligence, and what you can see on the left is a post house, and in the distance the wall of the park of the Château de Marly. And Venturi has described it as a work where, and I quote, le brun et le gris de la tradition corossienne continuent à bien dominer. But you can see on the wet, glistening pavements this subtle silvery highlights. So, Joanna, the painting was the subject of your very detailed investigations. Can you tell us what you were looking for? And I believe Pissarro is particularly important in this field of study of zinc white, because in one of his letters he mentions his purchase of zinc white from a color merchant called Conté.
Yeah, in fact, in the letter he was mentioning not zinc white, but zinc-based pigment. So we remain unsure, but at least we know that he was using, at least at some point, some zinc-based pigment. So the objective here, because we studied it in situ with the XRF analysis and detected some zinc, and we wanted to study it in more detail to see the location of the zinc and to confirm it is zinc white that he was using. So what we were able to do, is to do what we call an XRF mapping of the entire painting. So in fact, you scan the whole painting. It's non-invasive, but then it gives you the distribution of the chemical element in the painting. So what you have here on the right is in fact the distribution of zinc. So the whiter area corresponds to the areas where the most zinc was detected, and the gray area are intermediate. So you can see here that you have a widespread use of zinc in the painting. So we had the opportunity also to see that the zinc was not coming from the ground, because in fact the ground is a lead white base and also with calcium carbonate. Another technique called confocal X-ray fluorescence gives us the information that zinc was on the top and intermediate layers. And then we use other complementary non-invasive technique to confirm the presence of zinc white or of other zinc-based pigments. And surprisingly, in this last phase, we had a lot of difficulties, in fact, to characterize the nature of the zinc compound. In only one spot, after a lot of attempts, we managed to detect a little zinc white, but otherwise we didn't. It was not very conclusive. So we had the authorization to take 2 samples from this painting on the edge to try to elucidate this mystery and have more information about the nature of the zinc compound. So you can see here on the is here on the right. The sample that was taken from the sky in a zinc-rich area. And in fact, if you remember the cross-section and sample I showed you from Van Gogh before, it has a very different aspect. You have, in this, in the UV image here, you don't have the very bright luminescent spot of zinc white. And the zinc is present on the zinc is present here on the cross-section, but as form of zinc aggregate that are shown here with the yellow circle. The other sample was taken from the grass. It was around here. It was also a zinc-rich area, and in fact, in that case, we saw only a very rare bright luminescent particle of zinc, supposedly zinc oxide. But this specific study led us to highlight three main points and interrogation to investigate further. The first one is about the difficulties, in fact, to identify zinc white from non-invasive analysis using only XRF when the zinc is in a low to moderate amount. The second one is about the question of intentionality. Here in the case of Pissarro, it seems we have a little zinc white in the paint layers, but the very kind of low amount make us really more, lead us to the hypothesis that it's more maybe an additive in the paint tube formulation he was using. And the last point is about the potential alteration that we might have seen here. If the painting is in very good condition of preservation, but what we see at the micro scale makes us wonder if it might be some sign of silent deterioration. And I forgot to mention that we also saw in these different paint layers of the sample from the sky some soaps, zinc soaps, that are known to form, but they are in a diffuse way and they are not specifically focused on the zinc aggregate.
So is this example of Pissarro's diligence an isolated case, where the very small amount of zinc detected actually raises the issue as to whether the artist actually intended to use zinc white, or whether it is just there as a component of the formulation, of the paint tube formulation?
Maybe I will say a few words about it. And so it's not an isolated case, actually. So both in our analysis, for example, confirmed that already in an earlier example in Monet, there was this widespread presence of zinc, especially in colors, but could be also related to some other zinc-based pigments. So in this case, for example, we confirmed zinc white in some green areas together with the emerald green. But there is always this open question that is also confirmed by literature, for example, in studies at the National Gallery, at the Culture d'Art Institute, that confirm this kind of trend. And also in Paul Cézanne, in La Maison du Pendu, we observed a very similar behavior to the Camille Pissarro. So a potentially widespread presence of zinc, but a bit more difficult to relate to zinc white or just to zinc white.
So shall I give you the concluding remarks?
Yeah, to conclude, yeah. Please give us your...
So just to say, yes, because I realize we're very much over time, that this is an essential contribution to technical art history for what it brings to the knowledge of this pigment and its use, and not least because it allows for a better understanding of the aging and deterioration process of paintings due to zinc white related condition issues, and that this will help us in museums deal with these issues and define protocols of treatment and generally tackle these issues in a more informed way. And it also opens up the possibility of applying these results to the field of authentication, of course. and then I suppose we've discussed this before, but further aspects that it would be good to investigate might be, as we said before, the correlation between artist travel, location, and the evolution of their palette in relation to zinc white, and maybe if we try and think of a specific corpus, like Degas working in New Orleans in 1872 or 73, or Monet in Norway in 1895. So no doubt there will be plenty more to do. And now I'm going to hand over to Fabienne Rupen, who is going to talk about Cézanne and the Impressionist paper trail. So Dr. Fabienne Rupen holds a PhD from the University of Zurich. She was formerly working, in the Städel, in the curatorial department in the Städel Museum in Frankfurt, and is now an assistant curator in the Department of Prints and Drawings at the Kunstmuseum in Basel. And she has published on Cézanne's drawings extensively, since it is her specialist subject. So we hand over to you now.
Thank you. Bonsoir, j'espère qu'il vous reste encore un petit peu d'énergie pour cette dernière contribution. I would like to first thank the organizers and above all Félicie de Maupoux for putting together this incredible conference, and it's been highly inspiring so far, and I'm glad that we still have a full day ahead. So yeah, looking forward. My contribution focuses on drawings, or rather on what we usually call their support, the paper. I will look closely at the selection of drawings and watercolors by Paul Cézanne, and my goal is to stress the potential of paper as a source material. I hope to make the point that this monographic study can actually serve as kind of a blueprint in order to look at Cézanne's contemporaries as well. To start with, I'm going to give you a very brief overview of Cézanne's paper supports, and the second part of my talk will then focus on a case study, and this will be tackling a paper that many of you are likely familiar with, the so-called Michalet brand that you can see a picture of over here. Looking at Cézanne's works on paper, I would first like to point to the revised online catalog Raisonné, formerly under the direction of Walter Falkenfeld, Jane Warman, who is here today, and David Nash, and who was just handed over to the Société Cézanne. This resource is obviously a tremendous tool for any kind of project related to Cézanne, and it lists around 1,000 paintings and 2,100 works on paper. Studying the works on paper, not only their huge amount, but also their heterogeneity can be slightly overwhelming at the beginning. So they include all kinds of sizes and all kinds of paper qualities. At the second glance, it is exactly this variety that actually provides or proves to be key, because it allows for the structuring of the drawings according to their supports. I have so far studied around 1,400 drawings and watercolors in 65 collections, and I have tried to assign as many of them to their original material entities as possible. And I did that in order to get a better sense of Cézanne's working process. On a general level, his paper supports can be divided into 4 categories. So first of all, he worked either on everyday paper or on actually designated drawing paper. There's only about 2.5% of everyday papers. It's about 30 works that are executed on simple writing paper. And in about 15 cases, Cézanne used the blank versos of magazine plates to draw on. The very vast majority of his drawings are done on designated drawing paper, and those can then again be attributed to either sketchbook origins or to loose sheets. Both of them count for about 1,000 works. The sketchbook pages are consistently wove paper, and they are usually considerably smaller than the loose sheets. So the loose sheets, on the contrary, they both include late and both paper types. And with regard to the size, Cézanne would predominantly buy a French standard size called raisin, and measuring about 63 to 48 centimeters. He would hardly ever use the full sheet though, but instead usually cut that in half. And in a bit rarer cases, he would also quarter those sheets. These regular formats result from Cézanne's own handling of the paper supports, and he would usually do that before he started drawing. On the other hand, though, apart from those regular formats, we also have a whole bunch of very irregular sizes, and those are what I call fragments. Some of those result from just trimming the edges. This is likely mainly assignable to early dealers who thought to optimize compositions in the sense that they would, as seen here in the watercolor in the Kunsthaus Zurich, trim those blank pages that made the tree not to be centered, but actually sitting kind of in one corner. And so now we have this very, very standard or centered composition. On the other hand, we also have a lot of sketchbook pages that were dismantled and cut apart in some parts, but we also have those large-scale study sheets that were cut into pieces and sold individually. That one here has already been puzzled back together by Adrien Chapuis in his Catalogue Raisonné in 1973, and there are many more examples. Today I'm going to focus on the loose sheets of drawing paper. So when trying to figure out how fragments, partial sheets, and full sheets are actually connected, a closer look at the paper qualities provides essential clues. At least 245 sheets bear a watermark. There are 32 different watermarks that I've found so far, and some of them I only came across once, but others up to 51 times. This variety is representative of the immense selection of paper available at in the second half of the 19th century. With industrialization, the paper mills switched from handmade to machine-made paper, and this meant that they significantly increased their production, both in terms of quantity, but also in terms of variety of paper types available. The wide range of products may be the reason for which art history hasn't really tackled those watermarks and the paper supports for 19th century works on paper as much as it did for old master drawings, for example, where it has proven to be very informative. And it did so also up to Peter Bauer's fantastic studies on William Turner's papers. I hope to demonstrate that the paper support and especially watermarks remain a crucial source for Cézanne and his contemporaries, and that it's worth to try gaining an actual orientation within that at first overwhelming varied field. For that purpose, it is obviously key to identify the watermarks at first, and I got substantial support from Marion Durda from the National Gallery of Art's Paper Sample Archive and from the late Louis André, who really was the eminent scholar for industrialized for paper in France that was produced during the industrial age. Thanks to them, I was able to assign most watermarks that I came across in Cézanne's oeuvre to a specific mill or to specific products. And knowing then again about the history of those individual mills, that can actually provide us hints for dating. Some of those, as you likely know, hardly ever precisely dated works by Cézanne. So I'm only showing this example of a monogram. It might be a bit hard to detect at first, but it's 3 letters, S-A-V, that you can see here, and those stand for the Société Anonyme de Papeterie de Vidalan. Since this société was only founded in December 1880, none of the artists who ever worked on this paper can actually have done so before that time. Furthermore, looking into the mills and their clients also allows for connecting the so-called main and counter marks. What I'm showing you here is an illustration from Peter Lüber's great introduction to paper making. It refers to handmade paper only, so it's slightly different or more complicated again for machine-made ones, but you get a sense of how those watermarks are placed on the sheets and also what would happen to them when you cut full sheets. So you may only come across half or very partial watermarks. When it comes to an oeuvre such as the one of Cézanne, which contains mainly partial sheets, this knowledge enables us to, at some point at least, puzzle some pieces back together, and that I only managed to do so once so far, but I'm still very excited about this find. That's the one work that I already showed from a private collection. It bears the SAV monogram, and the other one is in the Courtauld Gallery and bears the Vidalon countermark. And you can see that very irregular torn edge, irregularly torn by Cézanne himself, and that is literally this matching puzzle piece that comes together here. So as a next step, knowing about main and countermarks allows for the grouping of works that bear the same watermark. When tackling such watermark groups, it is important to be aware of the fact that artist supply shops would offer loose drawing paper either as blocks or à la main. That means in quires of 25 sheets. There is only a handful of works by Cézanne or sheets used by Cézanne that actually bear traces of a block origin, such as a perforated edge or glues that could link to that. So we can assume that he mainly bought à la main. Due to practical reasons, I'm assuming that such a quire would be used within a relatively short time span, and therefore works on paper bearing the same watermark can be understood and analyzed as entities similar to sketchbooks. Looking at such watermark groups can therefore reveal connections that may have been overlooked so far, and that's what I would like to tackle now with focusing on any paper bearing this famous Michelet watermark. I first give you this overview of the tiny pictures. We're going to tackle them in a minute. So these are all the works that can be found on the in total 20 sheets bearing a Michelet watermark. Since Cézanne used 4 of them double-sided, it's a total of 24 drawings and watercolors, and this makes it the 4th largest watermark group that I have so far. We will get to the artwork soon, but I would first like to give you a little bit of background information on Michelet. So it really likely is the most famous watermark of the 19th century, and that has one particular reason, that is Seurat. So many of you may know that Seurat really, as far as we know, almost exclusively used to work on Michelet paper, and he almost exclusively would cut it into pieces twice so that he would have quarter sheets of a raisin standard format. His signature combination of a soft black Conté crayon and this distinctive grid surface of the late Michelet paper were already noted by Robert Herbert in his seminal study on Seurat's drawings in 1962, and it also stood at the very center of Jody Hauptmann's wonderful Seurat show in 2007. Just to give you an idea of the rather sensual topography of this paper, I'm quoting Robert Herbert's description here. The paper's myriad tufts can be seen to project from the surface in little comma-shaped hooks. When Seurat lightly stroked its surface, the hooks caught the crayon here and there, leaving the valleys between them untouched. When it comes to the producer, Louis-André did extensive research on the mill, and I'm only mentioning very few key facts here. So paper watermark Michelet was on the market in 1860, the latest. In 1874, the widow of Pancras Michelet registered Michelet as a commercial brand, and she would collaborate with Jules Vessier, who had 4 different mills, and he would mainly produce Michelet paper in Saint-Mars-la-Pierre. This localization or location is also where the countermark comes from. This is in this case an SM monogram, and I unfortunately so far have only come across this once in Cézanne's work and only in this partial way that you can see it here. I therefore put a full SM monogram next to it that I kindly got from Louis-André. So, and below you also see another version of Saint-Mars represented in watermarks. That's a full name Saint-Mars. So far this has not been shown to be a countermark of Michelet, but I've never seen a full sheet including this watermark yet. So I would be very grateful for learning about anyone who knows about one. Taking these works into account as well, our group grows by 4 sheets or a total of 6 works. It's now 30 works that we have here, and they span roughly 30 years. So they obviously include all kinds of motifs, they include all kinds of techniques or approaches, and a large variety in general. However, thanks to the different typographic versions of the Michelet watermark, we can further distinguish 5 subgroups. So it's likely slightly difficult to see those 2 pictures taken in natural light, but if you look closely at the M, the I, and the H, you can probably see the differences in the kind of style of those letters. Thanks to Louis André, all those 5 versions can also be linked with specific production dates, and that's really a gift which we hardly ever have with any watermark apart from Michelet so far. Looking at those subgroups, each of them is then in itself very stringent. Starting with the first one, or actually the first 2, which one can hardly call groups because they only consist of 1 sheet each. Both show drawings of academic nudes, and they would probably have been done in the 1860s when Cézanne was working in the Académie Suisse. Michelet was a very inexpensive paper brand compared to other paper available at the time, and it was handed out to students very often exactly for that reason. The third group is already slightly larger, and it's linked to the 1870s. It contains a portrait and then 2 studies after old masters from the Louvre's collection. I erroneously marked the first one as being in a private collection as well, but that's actually in Munich in the Staatliche Graphische Sammlung. So both of those drawings after sculptures by Michelangelo or Rubens respectively, they show a similar interest in the twisted human body. And the verso of the second one is particularly interesting because it actually includes one of the very rare cases where a child's hand is present on Cézanne's sheets, and this is here even with a color pencil or color pencils. That is the only case that I know of about so far, and it's likely been Cézanne's son who drew on this work, since that one was only born in 1872, and this is unlikely to be done by a child younger than 6 years. This again gives us another clue for the date. In 2 portraits in the 4th subgroup, Cézanne's son is already slightly older. According to Louis André, this specific type of the watermark has been found only since the 1880s. This enables us to adjust the dates that were previously given to some of those drawings, or at least to limit the possible dates they were done at. When you look at the composite sheet on the left, for example, the earliest date has been suggested to 1876, but now we know that this is unlikely to have been done before 1880. And when it comes to the motifs, at first glance, there's a very wide range. So we have landscapes, portraits, and then again, a study after an old master. It therefore isn't surprising that those works have never been directly compared so far. And it's really only the watermark connection that suggests that we could possibly do that. And when doing so, they do have several similarities or parallels, at least loose ones. And it becomes evident that Cézanne, no matter whether he was drawing his son or a stool or a landscape or an entrance to a garden, was apparently very interested in a kind of structural analysis here or a geometry of his subject matter. And in fact, several depictions are even reminiscent of some kind of an architectural drawing. They're all very detailed with regard to the many small parts that they are literally constructed out of. Similar connections, and maybe even a bit more surprising ones, come up with regard to the 5th, which is also the largest group. These 8 works are dated to the late 1880s, and this matches the watermark that was only available from 1885 onwards. All the drawings were likely done in or around Paris. The landscape shows a bridge across the Marne à Créteil. The study after the antique satyr is associated with the Louvre, and the studies of the Harlequin are likely done in Cézanne's Parisian atelier at the time. It may not be too surprising that a large part of studies closely linked to Cézanne's Mardi Gras painting, which comes next, such as the Harlequin and the curtain, were all drawn on the same type of paper. But I find it very interesting to see that, for example, this antique study, or the study of the antique satire, belongs to this group as well, and there are some affinities with regard to the posture that may have informed his Harlequin studies as well. And when you look to the pot with the plant, this shape of the leaves, it might be a loose one, but it still kind of seems to go together with the pattern of the curtain and also with the dress of the Harlequin. And then again, the last one, the study of the coat sitting or lying on the chair, this general interest of fold and fabric that plays in all of those drawings and in the painting as well, I find very interesting to look at here. I hope to have shown that considering the watermark and thinking of works done on the same type of paper as groups may encourage to look across the boundaries of different motives, and these juxtapositions may reveal overarching questions or challenges that Cézanne was facing at a certain time. Watermarks can therefore broaden our horizon when it comes to the creative process. And in addition, watermarks also provide new possibilities to link Cézanne with his contemporaries. So most of them have overlaps when it comes to their paper supports. We're very lucky with the Michelet paper to have those production dates, but there are lots of other watermarks where we don't have those. But we have artists that have very well dated works, such as maybe Van Gogh, for example. Knowing about their paper support can then inform our dating with regard to artists who would not date at all. So recently there have been several, or more or less recently, have been done several monographic endeavors to look at paper more systematically. And what I'm most excited about is the potential to link up those monographic studies and to actually get a better sense, kind of a geography of paper in 19th century France that would allow for us to get a better sense of who would use what type of support when and where, which also goes a bit back to traveling to the Netherlands, making Van Gogh use a different pigment. And therefore, what I'm highlighting here especially is a project that I just learned about that was launched by the Association Française pour l'Histoire et l'Étude du Papier et des Papeteries, and that is going to evaluate the paper supports of whole collections with regard to 1850 to, what does it say? 1830 to 1950 even. So that would be a very generalizing kind of combining approach, and having that one linked up with monographic studies really bears a huge potential. I'm very optimistic that by following this paper trail, and I have picked this wording from Susan Stein's wonderful essay on Van Gogh's drawings, we may get new clues about who worked together, where and when, at what point of time, and may have been looking at the same field somewhere out of Paris in 1874. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabienne, for this fascinating paper, which allows of an improved grasp of Cézanne's working process. And thank you for your research, which is a major step forward in the understanding and reconstruction of Cézanne's working method. I thought your case study on Michelet subgroups, which is also very new, is fascinating. The way in which you have been able to reconstruct these subgroups of 25 shows us how priceless this watermark information is. So maybe I'll start with a first question, and then we'll see whether you want to ask us more. I was wondering whether there might be any plan, long or short term, to have this watermark information recorded on the online catalogue raisonné to make it possible to search on sheets coming from the same batch.
Yes.
Good. We are very happy then.
Yes, we're about to get that linked together. So we hope that to make that a criteria, and so that's the wonderful thing that this online version provides for, that you can actually add new criteria and make those searchable.
Yes. Well,
yeah.
Fantastic. Because, yes, I saw that some entries are already show constructed images, such as the one with the drawing of the skull in the fog. But that would bring it, one step further. So, thank you very much. And also, obvious questions. What significant revisions to the dating of Cézanne's work has been brought by these discoveries, and have you been able to correct any flagrant errors?
Yes, although it confirms many of the dates that we're giving according to style, which I also find, I just like the fact that we have this additional external source that would confirm it. And it's more about limiting time spans, probably. That often they are very rough. Sometimes dates have been suggested that last for 10 years, or sketchbooks and loose sheets that include a large variety of dates, which is just unlikely, I reckon, in terms of practical reasons. And so it's mainly the terminus post quem that we get at some points that can help us to limit that and draw other conclusions.
Which is already very precious information. So I don't know if I realize it has been a long Impressionist marathon this afternoon that we've all been through. So, but I don't know if you have any questions for Nicoletta and Joanna, or more for Fabienne.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask the question to Fabienne, whether she would like also to look to the people in libraries who work on watermarks for writers' papers, like Victor Hugo and so on. Yeah. I think there's a lot being done about that, or Flaubert, or at the Laboratoire Item.
Yeah, and Louis André did that as well.
Oui.
So he was really helpful. Yeah, and he also pointed me to some 19th century publications that were made out of paper, like obviously then folded into the book production, and is therefore available at full and with main mark and countermark, which we hardly ever find in artists' production or are not aware of so far.
Proust and so on. I think there's studies about that.
Yeah. Thank you. Also musicians.
This is for Joanna and Nicoletta. I was very interested to hear what you were saying about the selective use of zinc white and lead white. Actually, I wanted to share something that might be useful as you move forward. When, a few years ago, our conservators cleaned Manet's Old Musician, we discovered that he used lead white throughout the entire canvas. The only place we found zinc white was in the later changes that he made. Here's some very distinctive changes that we found and confirmed with X-ray, and that's where he used zinc white. So I wonder if that might also be another avenue to consider, in addition to topography, geography, and the evolution of materials, that maybe there might be a way of identifying changes to a canvas as well.
Thank you very much for your comments, and it's very interesting the painting you mentioned of Monet with specific use of zinc white. And it reminds me also a little bit of the Courbet Nicoletta presented, L'Homme Blessé, where in fact he made change 10 years ago to cover his former wife, and he used specifically, in fact, zinc white to do that as well. So I think, it's a very interesting area also to follow, to provide information on this specific type of question.
We've discussed it between ourselves, Joanna, but still what I find puzzling about the use of zinc white in Courbet's Homme Blessé is that zinc white has the least covering power. It is the least hiding white pigment, and yet this is the one that Courbet chooses to conceal the figure of the woman next to him, of his wife. So this is something that would need further looking into.
To cover it, but not completely fully also. Yeah.
Hello. Is this on? Yeah. Okay, sorry. I have a question for Fabienne.
do you ever do testing of samples of your paper to see precisely what they're made out of?
No, so that was my kind of problem, also chance at the same time. When I did this research, I was not affiliated with an institution. I would go visit all kinds of institutions, and therefore the access was also very different depending on the institution. So in some cases I would be allowed to use a lamp, in some cases I wouldn't. And in some cases paper conservation had already looked at those works very closely, in others they hadn't at all. And I still hope that there will be more, the proper analysis of those papers happening. Faith Sieske did amazing studies on that on the Philadelphia watercolors.
But did you ever take physical samples of them to see what the fibers were made out of?
She did that. So she did that for some of the Philadelphia works on paper, and there have been a bit of only more measuring really of the thickness and opacity of the paper on the Basel works. Also MoMA has now looked closely at their watercolors, and Chicago does. So there's more and more adding up to that, but I have not obviously initiated that. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
That would be very helpful. Yeah.
Maybe one last question, if any. Okay. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. So,
oh dear.
Je suis très embellie.
Évidemment, la Fondation Nanterre Université, mes collègues Félicie Faisan-de-Maupou, Ségolène Lemaine présente à la fois
Ségolène Lemaine present on stage and in the room, Olivier Choueur, of course, and the linchpins of these two wonderful days, all of these speakers, of course, and Destination Impressionists, with our two colleagues present, Nathalie Lusser and Raphaël Guillou, who are there every day. They were important support services, and the students from the Emile School. Thank you very much. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Et qui ont fourni pas moins de 40 à 50 dessins par demi-journée
every half day, and they exhibit their work at these events, and I encourage you to come and see their work and view it, and also see the person running all of this for today is Cyril Debes. He's the head of the research center of the Nicolou School. We'd like to applaud him, thank him, and welcome him, and thank him very warmly. And I also want to say that these 2 days are available for listening, if you would like to listen once again, thanks to our partnership with UB Live. And I would like to also thank Solten for the translation through the interpreters who translated over the past 2 days. And I would also like to thank my colleagues in great numbers here, David Jacquard, Delcourt, Valentine Martin, and Manon Campbell, who have really shouldered the production and helped us throughout the day. And I'm not forgetting, of course, all of the technical team who allowed us to bring you sound, pictures, fixed and mobile pictures or images, and my colleagues in the general technical room. And I'd like to wish you a very good evening. And I think that we are meeting tomorrow at the National Institute for Art History.